close.
Sorry, I'm...
Hello. I've returned once again for another stream. It's been a little difficult. I haven't been able to put out these streams the way I'd like to, but we're here and we're alive. So that's more than we can say about some people. Am I right? But we're here for another stream after the very interesting New Hampshire primary. My basement flooded, so there's fans in the background, so I had to turn up the noise gate. So if I cut out a little bit, or if things sound a little wishy swishy back there, that's the reason why. And I look terrible today, so let's make it a quick and good stream, quick and clean. Beautiful. That's what I'm saying. All right. So we got some stuff to go over. I found a couple of things on the internet I'd like to talk about today, so we can hop right into it in just one second. It's a little later than I would have liked to have started. It's been a long day. Okay, so what are we looking at, right? So Bernie Sanders wins the New Hampshire primary. Beautiful, all great. A little bit of a closer race than we all would have liked, but a win is a win. Won by just under 2 points, and lots of people are very interested in what's going on. I'm very interested in what's going on, and there have been a lot of really dumb takes going on. I didn't watch this video. I didn't watch this video before we got on, but I found it just now in the little interim period that we have, and I want to watch it. See if the attack that's been going on, or like the spin that's been going on in a lot of media circles is present here. I'm not sure. We can find out, but let's take a look.
Waking up this morning victorious after last night's crucial nominating contest in New Hampshire. CBS News projects the Vermont senator won his neighboring state's primary. He took the stage late last night to thank supporters after news of the win. Meanwhile, former Mayor Pete Buttigieg and Senator Amy Klobuchar finished not too far behind in second and third place, respectively. In the end, CBS News estimates that Sanders and Buttigieg earned 9 delegates each, and Klobuchar gets 6. So Laura Podesta has been following all the action from Manchester, New Hampshire.
Which is interesting how they both get the same amount of delegates. You know, we'll see. You know, Bernie was two state delegate equivalents behind in Iowa, and he got one less, but Buttigieg, for being thousands of votes behind, he gets the same amount. We'll see.
Laura, just how does last night's results now impact the race moving forward?
Hey, good morning, Emery. So these results really show how deeply divided this race is becoming between progressives and moderates. And Democrats are now issuing the warning to some of these candidates that they have to start building each other up or risk dividing the Democratic Party even further before November 2020.
Thank you, New Hampshire.
Bernie Sanders is confidently looking ahead after last night's primary in New Hampshire.
We're going to Nevada. We're going to South Carolina. We're going to win those states as well.
I mean, we may not win South Carolina, but I think we have a pretty decent shot in Nevada. We can do pretty well in Nevada, I believe. There's something going on there with one of the unions, but
CBS News projects the Vermont senator won the first in the nation primary.
We are going to unite together and defeat the most dangerous president in the modern history of this country.
Coming in a close second, former South Bend Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
Campaign that some said shouldn't be here at all has shown that we are here to stay.
Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar took third. She gained momentum in the Granite State after a solid debate performance last week.
Hello, America. I'm Amy Klobuchar, and I will beat Donald Trump.
New Hampshire delivered some blows.
It was really interesting to finally see Klobuchar, right? To finally see Klobuchar shoring up the votes. She's in there, and she sucked a lot of the air out of Pete's wings, which could have helped us, which helped us a little bit. You know, how much? Who knows? But we did very well. We'll finish watching
Senator
the rest
Michael
of this video.
Bennet and Andrew Yang suspended their campaigns. Others are.
Yeah, there you go. Yang and Bennett both suspended their campaigns. Nobody cares about Bennett suspending his campaign. Lots of people cared about Yang suspending his campaign.
Are now hoping for better results in upcoming races.
We're 2 states in.
Senator Elizabeth Warren, who came in fourth, warned her fellow candidates not to go negative as pressure to stay alive builds.
We win when we come together.
Former Vice President Joe Biden finished a disappointing fifth. He left the state early to rally support in South Carolina.
Now, where I come from, that's the opening bell, not the closing bell.
Good news for Democrats hoping to beat President Trump. Voter turnout was higher than it was in 2016.
Okay, Laura, so Warren and Biden finished in single digits in the polling, and they really are not expected to get any delegates. So what does this mean for their future moving forward in terms of their campaigns?
It's really not good for Warren because as senator of Massachusetts, a neighboring state, she was really expected to do much better.
Yeah, this was really bad. This was a pretty bad night for Warren. We can go to the Real Clear Politics averages. Nope, not right. Where is it? Here it is. We can see Warren is not doing well whatsoever. And the thing is, Warren had a lot of potential in her, right? We can see from her humble beginnings back here in January last year, right? Where was she this time last year? This time last year, she was polling at 6%. Her peak was back in October with 26.6%. That's pretty high. you know. And I think for a moment she was 0.2% above Biden. At a moment, she was the only other person before the ninth, before the 9th of this year, for the entire over a year that this race has been going on. Warren has been the only person to top Biden in like the polling averages from Real Clear, right? So she had a lot of potential in her, a whole lot of potential to do a lot. And just after then, she lost it. She lost it, and she went down, and she went down, and she went down, and then she fell apart. And I was really interested, honestly, because there's something else I wanted to talk about, but here's Harris. Harris peaked up here at 15%. She was above Sanders and Warren for a tiny bit. But this was during Warren's like immense climb. And then she like teetered off. I didn't know Harris dropped out like in early December. I had no clue. I totally forgot about her. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I totally forgot about Harris. And as you can see, Yang down there, and Sanders is taking the lead as Biden plummets. Biden's been doing terribly recently, absolutely horribly. Like being crushed in these first two states has been so detrimental to his campaign. We can see an Economist YouGov poll, which is notoriously not that great for Bernie, and he has a 2-point lead over Biden nationally, right? A Harris X poll still shows Biden 3 points up, but a Monmouth poll, but a Monmouth and Quinnipiac poll has Sanders in either 10 or 8%. Quinnipiac and Monmouth. Those are, pretty heralded polls as being pretty good polls. Those are really big polls. To be polling 8 and 10% above Biden, that's incredible. And his plummet has been nothing but spectacular, from almost 10 points. Popped your handgun chair today? Oh, that's kind of sick. Good job, bud. I was thinking about buying a gun sometime soon too. So, the left needs to be armed. That's what I'm saying. Put more guns in more hands. Everybody's hand. Who votes Democrat, by the way? That's it. So I'm very interested to see where this race is going to go. We haven't gotten any new polls out of Nevada, I'm quite sure, or Nevada. I'm gonna say Nevada. All right, and you can't stop me. I say caramel. Since like the 11th of last month. So I'm really interested in where this is going to go, because Bernie has actually been doing super well with non-white voters. Let's just look. This Twitter account, they do a lot in polling. They post a lot of polls. And where is it? Sanders has been leading in a lot of these polls. 10-point lead, crazy 10-point lead, which is interesting. I'm trying to look for. I think they posted it not too long ago. It was a poll on non-white voters. Let's see if I can find it. But I think Bernie was at 29% or something with all non-white voters. He's first with white voters, and he's first with Hispanic voters, and he's like second with black voters in total. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Likely voters. I'm trying to find it. They post a lot. They post a whole lot. But if I can't find it, then you can probably find it yourself. Take my word for it. Whatever. I'm just an internet bro. Okay. You don't have to believe everything I say. But I thought this was super interesting. Oh, this as well. Bloomberg as Yang supporter second choice. Yang had a really interesting, tiny little microcosm of supporters from a lot of different places. It was really interesting looking at his campaign and the type of people and the type of things that go on there. Where's this poll? I can't find it. I can't find it. But is this live? It is live. Audit everywhere. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Yeah, I can't find this. Favorability, lame. But so Sanders has been doing well with non-white voters, which is good. He learned from his 2015-2016 run, and it's been paying in dividends. You know, I'm pretty sure I saw a poll not too long ago that had him at like, no, that's a different one, that had him at like 53% of the non-white vote in New Hampshire, which, mind you, New Hampshire is a state that's 91% white. So the non-white vote isn't that big, but it's still something. And if he can translate that to more diverse states like Nevada or South Carolina, then I think he's in pretty decent shape. He is starting to cut into Biden's lead, Bloomberg as well, which is great with black voters. So hopefully we can see that. Black voters in total lean more conservative and moderate with their political ideology. So it's not like a group that I would really suspect Bernie to do too well in, but what are you gonna do? You love Bernie Sanders? I'm running a debate channel between. How are you? Wait, give me 1 second.
Senator Bernie Sanders waking up.
Shh, quiet. Oh, wrong. I still have my my thing posted. What's your name? Audit everywhere. Oh, is this you? Oh, you have any recent? Oh, is this you? I can't tell if this is you or not. But sure, bud. I mean, if you think it'll be interesting, it's not kicked off yet. Just kicking. Oh, okay. Very interesting. You want to do like a sort of that is you? Okay, cool. You want to do sort of like a modern day debates kind of thing? Is that kind of your plan of going? I don't know. I don't know if you say I love Bernie Sanders. I like the guy. I think he's a nice guy. I like it when he I like it when he shakes people's hands. His hair is wispy. It looks like cotton candy. Sometimes I don't know. That's about it. I like him. You know, if it's a debate between just like regular old people, sure, sounds fun. Run through StreamYard. Yeah, sure, sounds fun, dude. Message me on YouTube. And we can talk there, especially after the stream. No screaming matches. Thank the Lord, dude. There's nothing in this world that I hate more than like internet screaming matches. It makes me want to like build a rope in Minecraft. Trump 2020, beautiful, very cool. That's true. I mean, if all things keep going according to plan, Trump will be alive in 2020. So I am also looking forward to him being, you know, his heart still beating in 2020 at the very least. So interesting. Very good for Sanders. He's taken the lead in national polls. We don't have any polls for Nevada yet. Hopefully in the next week. It's only in 11 days. So we need to be getting some polls to get how do you? Oh, it's all right. I'll just if you feel better with emailing, then I'll just email you then. I do a lot through email anyway, so. Well, he's gonna be the best candidate for them because he's running. Wait, who? Who you talk? Mr. Box, what are you talk? Who are you talking about? Who's a pedo? Are you talking about Biden? Hopefully they don't rely on this up again. Biden, as far as you know, I'm quite sure Biden is not a pedophile, but you know, I'm pretty sure he's just like a weirdo. He's just like a weirdo touchy creep from like the 60s. So where you like slap a girl in the butt, and it was just like a, you know, everybody's like, ah, what a goof, what a goofball, you know. That's the era he's still living in. It's not necessarily nice, but you know, what are you gonna do? I did think it was really interesting how this is something else. I did think it was really interesting how Biden just like rolled over and died when it came to New Hampshire. Like, he saw what was going on. He saw what went on in Iowa, where he got 4th, and then New Hampshire came, and he probably saw the internal polling. That's why he left a day early, and he just rolled over and died. He didn't even fight, right? We can talk about Bill Clinton, and I don't care what you think about Bill Clinton. I don't care. I was born just as his presidency ended, I think. And I don't like him, but Bill Clinton got 3rd in New Hampshire and still went on to win the presidency, right? Biden, you know, he got 5th. You know, it's just 2 points down from 3rd, but he could have at least fought. And he's not even gonna fight in Nevada. Like, he's not even gonna fight in Nevada. He just already admits defeat, just like he did in New Hampshire. You can't admit defeat in the first 3 states and then go on and then fly out to the state where you think you can bank everything on and to try and rally support as everybody sees you getting 5th. So imagine if he gets 6th in Nevada, because he probably won't even campaign there. Imagine getting 6th in Nevada as the like front runner, as you're supposed to be showing yourself as the strong boy front runner whose main thing is just to take down Trump. So what are you gonna do? This guy's an absolute clown, and I hope we can smash him to pieces. He's an idiot. What are you gonna do? Yeah, no problem. I'll shoot you an email. If you're going to sleep now, hope you have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it, and thanks for the sub as well. So that's it, Mr. Box. What do you think about Yang? Yang's gone, so we don't have to talk about him too much. But we didn't talk about him anyways. I didn't care much for Yang. But if you'd like to divulge your 2 cents, I'd be interested in hearing you out. I didn't care much for Yang. It didn't seem like he was ever going to be a real candidate. He seemed like a candidate like Jay Inslee to me. Like, Yang didn't know what he was talking about. I think he knew what he was talking about. I don't think he was dumb or anything. Yang just seemed like the type. He wasn't a well-rounded candidate, right? To be like a real candidate, I think you have to be well-rounded. And by well-rounded, I mean to have like at least a couple ideas in other circles. And Yang wasn't super well-rounded in healthcare. He wasn't super well-rounded in he didn't really have fleshed out ideas in like the Middle East conflict or foreign policy. It wasn't, you know, anything spectacular. His thing was just like, he was the automation UBI guy, right? That's it. He's the automation UBI guy, which, you know, is interesting. But I saw him more as a candidate just there to push an idea like UBI, just like Jay Inslee was back when he was still running, where his whole thing is he just wanted to push, you know, environmental issues, which is a noble pursuit, right? Running a presidential campaign is no easy feat. But now Yang supporters are without a chieftain. They have no head anymore. The head has been cut off the snake, and it shakes around and writhes wildly as it tries to find its place in the world. And this is the state of like the YangGang right now. So you have the YangGang that's like, oh, this is it. This was the only person who could ever beat Trump. I'm gonna go vote for him now. Apparently, there's the ones that are like, that's it. I'm gonna stay home or write his name in. They're the ones who are like the like 35%, like 35-40%. They're like, all right, we're Bernie supporters now. there's all that going on. I'm not sure where these guys stand. This is a little show called Problem Solver Politics that really made their name during this political campaign, cycle, because they were like the Yang channel. It's just like here, right, with Humanity First, where their name is literally like Yang's catchphrase for his campaign, right? So what do they do now? And they're gonna look at something here, which I don't know too much about, but I think it can be a little bit it can be a point that we could talk about, to talk about a broader point. This is actually a stream that's going on right now. I'm not subscribed to them, but I like to stop in every once in a while to see what like Yang supporters are up to. I don't really want to go into their Reddit. I think it's just going to be a sad sort of wandering graveyard. But we'll see what these guys had to say, because they said something that I'd like to talk about. Oh.
Apparently Bernie Sanders picked YangGang. However, this was weird that I saw this happen. Now, there's been a lot of back and forth. I guess I'll go through the AOC thing at one point. Maybe the AOC thing was pretty funny. I mean, she was clowning, like many people. They clowned on Yang when he was running. Now that he's not, they don't. But I thought it was particularly with UBI. However, this is not what I was expecting. Typically, I'm not going to bring up AOC something bad about UBI once at a Q&A. Like, it's not like the biggest deal. This was weird to me. So people for Bernie, I believe they list themselves as activists and organizers building a broad, effective movement for a democratic change. Welcome to the political revolution. I'm pretty sure it's a pack. I'll pull up the website to look more.
People for Bernie is just like an activist group. It's like the Sunshine Movement. That's it. They're just like a Bernie advocacy group and like a progressive advocacy group. Devil Dog, what's up, bud? It's going pretty well. A little tired, but I had a long day at work. So what are you gonna do? But we're here talking about everybody's favorite politics. So we're gonna have a good time. I'm watching Problem Solver Politics right now. They had something to say about Bernie Sanders. So I thought it was interesting. And I want to talk a little bit about Yang. So
verified Twitter account, obviously for Bernie Sanders campaign, and they posted this. Now, sorry, I want to get the name right. Obviously, no offense to Matthew Embray. I mean, it's 826 follower account. This isn't this isn't like Zach Grumman tweeted this, but someone happened to tweet that said, "Okay, not me, us crowd. What's it gonna take to replace Stephanie Kelton with Scott Stanton as Bernie Sanders economic advisor?"
Okay, so this is some random person who likes Yang, right? And they decided to make a tweet on the internet that was like, "Hey, we should replace." Where do you fall politically? I think I took a political spectrum test. It was like it wasn't the Foursquare one. It was the other one. It was some big one. I took it a while ago, not too, like a year ago or something. It was like I got like disaffected Democrat, like left of where Democrats stand right now. I guess I'd self-identify as not an attack helicopter, but because that's the right's only good joke. But a Bernie-crat. There you go. Progressive Bernie-crat. Somewhere around there. Not super opposed to like a democratic socialist system. That's where I am right now. We'll see where it goes. I have a lot of I'm in like a little community full of like actual socialists. I think they're doing their thing. I don't really believe in that and all that, but they're nice people. So
admittedly a little bit little aggressive, right? But yeah. However, I don't know if it necessarily warranted their replies. It's pretty interesting. So the People for Bernie account actually replies with Scott Stanton is a grifter. Professor Kelton is highly esteemed progressive economist and professor.
Okay, so random person talks about how this like Yang surrogate should replace a Bernie surrogate as his economic advisor. I don't know why. And more. There's so much more. Buddy. I don't know why they're going for their economic advisor. It's probably because I'm pretty sure Scott Stanton is like a big UBI guy. Let's see. Where are you, Scott Stanton? Can we find him? Did I spell his name wrong? Stantons? I'm quite sure he's like a really big like, here it is. writer for the unconditional basic income, yeah, UBI, and advocate crowdfunded basic income, Yang boy. Yeah, he's a Yang person. He's a big. Look at him. He's wearing the math hat. Look, it's $1,000 bill with nice nice candidate boy. Thank you, candidate boy, for running. Please give me $1,000, please. So they are pushing for Sanders to pick up UBI. Now I'm not against UBI. I was against Yang's UBI because mostly it felt like a Trojan horse to like try and dismantle the welfare system that we have here, where you had to choose between a UBI or like food stamps or anything else. Bro, with Vermin Supreme, we all get ponies. Free ponies for everybody and a pie in the sky above everyone's house. I can only hope. I've always wanted a pony. I used to live next to. I had a friend. His name was Malachi, and he had a horse farm where they farmed horses and sold them. And I got to ride one once. They smell really bad. Their poop is very big, and I found a snake in one of their poop once. And I picked it up, and I took it home, and I put it in a blanket, wrapped it in a blanket because he looked cold. Not sure what happened to that little guy. The memories kind of end there, but we'll just say that he lived happily ever after. All right. I don't really have space for a pony. I have 3 dogs, and if you take all 3 dogs and add them all together, it equals maybe 1 pony. So who knows? But yeah, I know, right? Really cool. But I don't know where the antagonism for Scott Stanton's comes from. I have no clue where it comes from. But there is like a little there is a little divide between like the Bernie guys and the YangGang. And it's becoming more evident now that Yang is actually out of the race. There are lots of like old Yang supporters who are angry at the Bernie side. There are lots of Bernie supporters who are angry at the Yang side. I don't get it. I don't really care. At the end of the day, like half of Yang supporters are gonna go to us and the other half are gonna like stay home. So it doesn't really affect me too much. And that's like 1.5 percentage points, since Yang was polling at like 3 percentage points, maybe a little bit more, 3.3 or something like that. So it's not crazy. So I don't know. This doesn't seem like a really big issue to me. But I guess anything between these guys
but like a lot of stuff goes on
is just like a big thing in their world.
A couple Twitter account users said mean things to each other. I'm not gonna dig into it. But what gets weird to me is, I mean, whether I like it or not,
our buddy Dad Isn't Mad responded.
Oh yeah, we'll go down and look at it if you want.
Okay.
But it was just really weird to me to see a verified Bernie, prominent, well-known Yang surrogates that was out there for a long time. So it was really weird. But like, can they really not put the mask on for like 2 or 3 weeks? Like the mask has to come off 36 hours after he drops out. It is interesting to me.
Like the mask, I think they're trying to say like the like Bernie side really hates the Yang side, and I don't know, sees them as like a spoiler or something. Which I mean, he kind of may have been a little bit, especially in like in Iowa, he could have been. He took like 1% of the delegate points, and we all know that a lot of them go to Sanders, but you know. In a caucus style I think it's very unlikely that Yang support actually detrimentally hurt Sanders, maybe in a race that's so close. The guy sounds like he's at an auction. Yeah, his name is Cody, the Oracle. So you know, he gets all of his information from a higher plane, so he doesn't really have to think about anything. All the information gets sent from the ether into his head and instantly drains out of his mouth. It's pretty crazy.
I just wanted to highlight this because this was weird. Like I said, people that are Bernie supporters, Bernie fans, people that have with a rose in their name, I'm not gonna like. Oh my.
The video is also at 1.5 speed, so that's why it sounds fast.
God, it isn't mean about Yang. It's like it's just a random person, but like a verified Bernie surrogate account, like a mouthpiece for Bernie on the platform, was really weird to see this.
Doesn't surprise me. What did Scott Stanton say in our interview? There's some people that just want the revolution, and then from that, we got one of the best comments.
Oh, here we go.
He did say that directly in reference to Bernie Sanders' report.
Oh, this guy is a Republican. This guy is a Republican. So he's a conservative Republican. So he was always on the Yang bus. He thought Yang was cool for some reason. I have no clue why. I don't really care. But he's, at the end of the day, he's a Republican. So he has some very interesting views about what's going on here.
orders. So there might be. I'm fully willing to admit there might be some additional history between Scott Santos and some of the Bernie Sanders supporters in the background. I don't know.
Maybe,
Because he said
I
UBI
guess.
is better than the federal jobs guarantee, which is
That's what I
empirically
mean.
true.
They might. This might. My larger
And
point
that's
is,
why they chose the quote highly esteemed progressive economist and professor. You become highly esteemed and progressive.
I don't know what it means to be for like the UBI to be better than a federal jobs guarantee. In what metric? I don't know what metric they're using in like people above the poverty line. Maybe a UBI, maybe in like a way of having people in a way of like lowering unemployment, maybe a federal jobs guarantee. Like, I'm not sure in what metric they're using to say that what metric he's using to say that one is more than the other. I'm more independent. That's interesting. What topics do you feel like you side with the right more on?
Circles as a professor, not by speaking truth, but by speaking dogma. See, that's the difference. The grift is actually amongst the progressive economists and professors, because you can be like Robert Reich and like be a total beloved professor of economics that just plain old speaks untruths that are verifiably uneconomically correct.
I don't know what he's. I don't know. Wait, let's go back and listen to this one more
Not
time.
by speaking truth. Chose the quote highly esteemed progressive economist and professor. You become highly esteemed in progressive circles as a professor, not by speaking truth, but by speaking dogma. See, that's
By not by speaking truth, but by speaking dogma. I have no. What does that mean, dude? I don't know what that means in this context. Where you speak more dogma, like what? Like on what issue? Because I can think of this in the inverse for like the right when it comes to like climate change. Because we have these scientists that have been funded by like ExxonMobil who say that climate change doesn't exist. Now, I mean, you know, maybe we can think about maybe, you know, the scientific consensus says that climate change exists, and then this one that's funded by ExxonMobil says it doesn't. Well, maybe we can look into those ties, but they never want to do that. Never want to look into those ties because apparently the scientists and like science is swayed by Twitter people calling them mean, and I don't know, woke pink haired ladies talking about how they're racist, I guess, on the internet. You would technically be a Republican, but not really. Interesting. Gun control, immigration are some of the ideas of a social safety net, mainly if you're. I'll have to have a gun control stream sometime soon. I have to talk about. I'll do that sometime. Maybe tomorrow. I'll do like a gun stream where I'll take like call-ins or whatever, because I'm not anti-gun, as in like I think guns should be banned. I think if we lived in a world where guns didn't exist, like they were never invented, that sounds kind of sick to me, or they were never in the hands of just like the general public, that sounds good to me. But now that they are, I don't think we should like just start running them down and trying to hunt down every single gun, right? I think we should change more of the culture around guns to make life better, because places like Australia still have guns around but don't have the same problems that we do, but they also care about things like mental health and like actual, you know, safety, which we don't. So that's one thing. And immigration, I don't know. I don't care too much about immigration. Some people do. It seems to not be like a very big problem or issue to me. Healthcare is my biggest issue.
That's the difference. The grift is actually amongst the progressive economists and professors, because you can be like Robert Reich and like be a total beloved professor of economics.
I still don't get it. Like the grift for what? I would assume that if someone's grifting, they grift for like a reason. Like you don't get like a lot of clout for being super left wing. I really don't think that you do. And by clout, I mean like a lot of exposure and money, especially on the internet. Like right-wing channels do way better, and right-wing politics do way better on the internet. So I don't know where that comes in. If a scientist wants to go the route of making the most money as possible, they'll go to the right. They go to the Heritage Foundation or something to get funding for some dumb thing that's not true.
Economics that just plain old speaks untruths that are verifiably uneconomically correct. Like Robert Reich could literally go out and could say supply and demand is an outdated mode of thinking that is really not relevant to modern society. Everything needs to be nationalized, and he would be heralded as the most progressive professor on earth. But
this is the same. This is the old. Everybody to the left of me is a communist meme. This is the beautiful old. Everybody to the left of me is a communist because yes, they like a professor, and this professor says that women being in the workplace is okay. The grift, the terrible left-wing grift. I don't know what this means. I'm just so I don't like this guy.
Everything needs to be nationalized.
I don't think anybody thinks that everything needs to be nationalized. I don't think most things need to be nationalized at all, right? I think healthcare is probably one thing that probably needs to be nationalized. Well, healthcare insurance is probably something that needs to be nationalized. In the UK, they nationalize all healthcare, which I'm not sure if I'm necessarily for or against. That's not even a system that's on the table right now. But healthcare, like health insurance being nationalized, seems like something that's fine because you can't really bargain for a price. Supply and demand doesn't really come into effect. You don't agree with men getting more pay than women? Like, if you could explain yourself, like in what context, like men getting more pay than women, unless you're memeing. In that case, I'm not okay with anybody getting pay because there should be no personal property. That's our money, and we should share every dollar and live in one roof, barefoot, bald-headed, like temple monks, walking around with no want and no pee-pee because we all finished our tenure at the forced feminization camp and we all became soy boys and we only drink blended tofu. That's the world I want. That's the world liberals want.
And he would be heralded as the most progressive professor on earth, but it's
very
just
untrue.
Scientifically inaccurate. And we have measurable quantifiers that show the law of supply and demand became the law of supply and demand through empirical study and the scientific method, which until the law of supply and demand gets proven incorrectly, it will remain.
I don't know what he's talking. I don't know why he decided to start talking about.
And the people up here yelling about the millionaires and billionaires don't want to hear it.
Oh wow, it's not necessary. That wasn't a very good Bernie Sanders impression, but it's better than a lot of people's. I don't know why he's talking about supply and demand, like this is relevant to anything here. He's just like going off. He just got really mad and went off on a tangent about like professors apparently simping to Twitter.
Anyway, I wanted to crack myself.
No, I wouldn't say triggered
because that's how science works today, I guess.
But I wanted to crack myself a bit. The organization People for Bernie actually.
Yeah, and he like corrects himself.
Yang surrogate, like I said, maybe for whatever reason there's bad blood between these two people, interactions and stuff, but this was not what I was expecting. This seems like the people that are trying to court the YangGang to win elections, but it's not a good sign of, and again, what worries me, it's not a good sign of things to come when, like I said, there is antagonism between these two groups. And there's one other thing that I wanted to go to. It was this, right? This is Humanity First. Humanity First is a Yang channel. That's all they are, right? Maybe they'll even say it themselves. This channel unequivocally endorses Andrew Yang for the 46th president of the United States. Yes. This is a Yang channel. And as you can see, all their stuff about Yang does well. Look at that, 49,000 views from a channel with 19,000 subscribers. This thing was about Bernie Sanders, wasn't even talking about Yang, 700 views 9 hours ago. And the thing about Yang, it has like 3,000 views. Right. Market themselves very chiefly as a Yang channel. I visited this channel every once in a while. They have some pretty bad takes. They have some pretty bad takes, but they're just like, you'd see this from any other group. You'd probably see this from like a super pro Bernie channel who only does politics stuff revolving around Bernie Sanders, but not me, because I'm always right. Everybody else is cringy except for me, and I'm always right. Remember that. So yeah, he just been posting. He started his channel about 10 months ago. So don't be a Wang, vote for Yang. Beautiful. So he uploaded this video not too long ago.
You will? Thank you. Please do. He uploaded this video 9 hours ago. It was about MSNBC's Chuck Todd attacks Bernie for flip-flopping on medical records and immigration. You know, any political forecaster that predicted Yang to go anywhere? Listen, here's my take on Yang, all right? Here's my take on Yang. Here you go. I'll give it to you all for free, all right? This was by far the worst environment for Yang to come up, probably in the last 20 presidential cycles. There is no way Yang could have gone anywhere. There's no way any insurgent candidate can go anywhere, right? Look who's polling at the top right now, right? Look, who is it, right? It's Bernie Sanders and Biden. To a lesser extent, Biden. He's been collapsing. But still, Bernie Sanders and Biden. And who else? Who else do we have? Michael Bloomberg coming up. So we have Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, and Michael Bloomberg. I wouldn't necessarily call Bernie Sanders. I think it's dumb to call him like an establishment candidate now. People are trying to say he's like an establishment candidate because he's in the Senate. He's not an establishment candidate, but he's not an insurgent candidate like he was back in 2016, right? He's just not. People are looking for safe options. This is what's going on. You see this everywhere, every single poll. You look at the New Hampshire poll where when people went to the polls, they had issues in mind, they had people in mind, but at the end of the day, the overwhelming majority, I think over 60% of people were like, I'm not looking for a candidate who most matches my views. I'm looking for a candidate who can beat Donald Trump, and someone who comes into the race with like I said, as not like a not fully formed political ideas on most issues that we would say that a presidential candidate has to be well-rounded on to be viably considered, right? He was the UBI guy. There was no possible way that Yang was ever going to get anywhere. He just wasn't. Not in this political environment. It was too hostile to him and to any insurgent candidate. Pete Buttigieg, he's not going to go anywhere, right? He'll do well in the first states that have a combined 90% white majority. Most states aren't like that. He just won't. He won't be going anywhere. So Yang had no chance from the beginning. I think if we swapped Bernie Sanders for Andrew Yang back in 2016, he would have done far better. Or any other political cycle that didn't have Trump in it, where the main thing that people are doing isn't going, yes, I like this policy platform. They're looking to their left, they're looking to their right, and trying to guess what their neighbor is going to vote like, right? That's what everyone's doing. And it's really weird, and it's splitting all of the moderate vote. And it's beautiful because all the moderate votes split, and nobody knows what to do. And Bernie has this massive base, and he's just going to go up. Do you think that Bernie's label as a socialist will hurt him in the general election? I think he hasn't done a really good job to explain it. If I was him, I wouldn't have come out as a democratic socialist. I wouldn't have used this word socialist at all. And I think his advisors told him that because, once he did, you see a lot more, he doesn't say the word socialist anymore, right? If you look through his last speeches, if you look through him talking on stage, if the topic of socialism ever comes up, Bernie isn't the one to start it. It's always a talking head. It's always another candidate. It's always a moderator. Bernie doesn't say it himself anymore, mainly because it's just a hard thing to defend, especially on this game show style debate stage that we have, where you have to get your 45 seconds in to get a clip to get it trending on the airwaves. On the airwaves, what am I, from the 1940s on TV? And that's another thing that hurt Yang, right? Yeah, he has to go in and talk about his policies in depth for them to mean anything. Just the same way, you have to have an actual conversation to talk about the word socialist, especially in this very divided and post Red Scare America. It's just a hard thing for him to bring up. So it could hurt him in some ways. Most people don't really care, because at the end of the day, he's not singing the praises of Stalin for killing people, so most people don't care. Not gonna lie, it's kind of sad that people want a candidate that can beat Trump. I mean, other people all agree with me. Well, here's the thing, right? Because Trump, for me personally, and I think to most people, everywhere, and his disapproval ratings show, most people believe that he's a bad president. And I think he's a uniquely bad and dumb and dangerous president. I don't like him. I personally vote for someone who most agrees with me. But if I'm going to be honest, I'm still vote blue no matter who, right? If someone comes in and they're the nominee and I didn't vote for him, my main thing at that point in time is to make sure Trump doesn't get a second term. That's the most important thing to me, right? Because I think Trump having a second term will mean people will die. Lives will end. It's not going to be. This is a serious thing. So still 90% of the Democratic electorate are still like, no matter what's going on, still behind the scenes, you have to deal with enthusiasm is up. When more voters show up, more times than not, yeah, sure, but uniquely to Trump because of the policies that he puts forth. Obviously, someone's going to die. They're the head of the military. They're the commander in chief. That's the job. That's their job, to kill people. But uniquely to Trump. But everybody during the primary season wants like someone who could beat the opposition. But now it's just to the forefront more than anything else. So yeah. Like if Trump actually got through with like repealing the ACA, I think some people in my family would have died. Like actually died. I'm not sure if it's already turned away a lot of voters. I'd have to look into when like the first time he said he was like a democratic socialist or whatever. Like that big time when it was like, oh, you call yourself a socialist. What do you think about that? Now it's just kind of an afterthought. Most people don't think about it or care. I'd have to see like the first time when it happened and how his polling did after that, right? The fact that he doesn't talk about it much anymore alludes to the fact that it's probably not the best thing. I think it's more of a thing that he has to just like stop talking about it, mostly because it's going to suck up time. It's mostly meaningless because at the end of the day, he's not he doesn't advocate for actual socialist reform. So it's kind of a moot point. It doesn't mean anything, and it sucks the air out of the time that he could use to explain Medicare for all or any other policy proposal that he thinks is a winning ticket. Yeah, I mean, being an idiot, I think that being an idiot already disqualifies you from being a good president. After you like get the idiot label, like an actual idiot, like the best you can do is be okay. But Trump is like an angry idiot who like lashes out and like wields the Justice Department as like a toy, and who actually wanted to like repeal parts of the First Amendment so he could sue people for libel. He's not a good person at all. That and like a lot of other stuff. He's a terrible president. And by, the actual metrics, like what he's like been able to do, he had the House, he had the Senate, and he had the presidency. All three. He had the trifecta, he had the hat trick. And what did he get past? He couldn't get the ACA repealed. He barely got the wall. Not really. He got part of the wall. What else did he get? I don't know. What else has he done? What else has he done that's part of his plan? Like that was like legislation through Congress. That wasn't like an executive order. Right? And that's uniquely bad. I mean, Obama, when he had all three, he was able to get the ACA passed. Now it was hard for him, right? He had the big filibuster that lasted like, I think almost the better portion of a month he had to deal with, but he got it done still. And Trump couldn't do that. Even with like a Congress that will fall in line behind him. I am convinced he actually can shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and if an impeachment trial was put up again for it, he would not get impeached. I wish there was a better option, but I think it could have been worse. I don't think there could have been much worse than like Donald Trump up there. They're like really, obviously I don't like any of the Republican people who are running, but Trump was obviously the worst choice, and he's still the worst and most dangerous choice for like people who are unstable in this country already, in a precarious position, no matter how you would like to describe that. He is a dangerous president to them. He didn't even do anything with jobs. He likes to take credit for the economy all the time. He didn't do anything with jobs. He didn't pass any job legislation. Hillary Clinton could have been worse? No. Not really. Hillary Clinton wouldn't have gone to war, wouldn't have brought us that close. I don't like Hillary Clinton. I'd still vote for her over Trump, probably any time. I'd probably vote for dead Hillary Clinton over Trump because she's just not as bad as him. Oh, I didn't mean unstable like mentally. I mean unstable as in like close to the poverty line, or like in like dangerous situations when it comes to like your health or safety. I don't think so. She's obviously a war hawk, but not in the same way. She would never, we all forget, bomb the shit out of him, Trump, bomb their homes, Trump. We forget, bomb their cultural sites, Trump. We forget, bomb the families of ISIS members, Trump. Like, that is beyond like what a normal politician would ever do. Obama was horrible on foreign policy. Still not as bad as Trump. Would I vote for Jay Posadas over Trump? I don't know. I have no clue who that is. Actually, the first time I was able to ever vote was in 2018, which was fun. That was a fun voting time. I voted again here. We were able to destroy our stupid Republican governor. Get the heck out of here. Get the heck out of here. Destroying the Medicare expansion. Get the heck out of here, bro. We hate you. So happy to get that clown out of here. I hate that guy. I hate that guy so much. The guy who put him in, I wasn't supporting the Democratic nominee there at first, but I voted for him because the guy we had was garbage. The strongest 2020 Democrat, John Delaney, deadlifts 350 pounds and works out constantly in Iowa hotels. Holy crap, this dude was jacked. I didn't know John Delaney was that strong. What the heck? That he's massive. Whoa, dude. He's like Bezos. You know how Bezos looks like Mr. Clean? Gravy, why your flow so mean? Live action King of the Hill reboot? That's exactly what I'm looking for. Ooh. Thank you, Lin Wu. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Trump took out terrorist leaders, though. Are you talking about that like Iranian guy who's like part of the government? I don't think we should bomb people who are part of like other governments. That's how you start wars. Not real, but meme because Delaney. Anytime I hear Delaney's name, I just remember how he got like top talk time in that one debate just because he said that he didn't like the way Bernie Sanders smells or something. And it makes me it made me want to die. But this is back to this, right? And I do appreciate all of you guys throwing me questions and talking in chat. I'm perfectly happy to be talking with you all. I appreciate you for being here 100%. No matter what I'll say about you, okay? Just remember that. This is my little piece to you. No matter what I say about you or your beliefs, I love you, okay? And I want you to do well. I hope you do well. I hope you gain a lot of money. I hope your family does well. I hope none of your family has any illnesses. And I hope your life is forever happy, okay? I love you. We're all children on God's green earth, all right? Anyways, we're going to be moving on back to this video. So this is a YangGang video about apparently, so in this video, what we're supposedly going to see is Bernie Sanders flip-flopping on immigration. Keep in mind he got peace after. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about Trump and the Iran stuff? I don't think that's really peace. It's just the fact that Iran can't aggress against us because we're the United States. There's nothing that we could do. Saying that we got peace is like a 35-year-old man kicking like a toddler in the kidneys, and then the toddler running away and being like, well, we have achieved peace. I know, right? Wishing you happiness. Could you ever imagine? Anyways.
Sharply raising the level of immigration we permit, even up to a level of open borders. Sharply
Open borders?
Open
borders. That's a Koch brothers proposal. The idea, of course, I mean, that's a right-wing proposal which says...
Even Ezra's like, what?
But it
would make a lot of global poor richer, wouldn't it?
But it'd make everybody in America poor. That you're doing away with the concept of the nation state. And I don't think there's any country in the world which believes in that. If you believe in a nation state, or a country called the United States, or UK, or Denmark, or any other country, I don't believe in that. I think we have to raise wages in this country. I think we have to do everything that we can to create the millions of jobs. You know what youth unemployment in the United States of America today? If you're white, a white kid, high school graduate, 33%, a Hispanic, 36%, African American, 51%. You think we should open the borders and bring in a lot of low-wage workers? What do you?
Now, Bernie Sanders, before he started running, he's always been pretty strong on immigration, whatever you want to call that. He's not for open borders. I'm not for open borders. I don't think anybody running is for open borders, especially everybody to Bernie's right is not for open borders. I don't think many people to Bernie's left are for open borders either. Most people who are like socialists probably fall in the same spectrum that they want strong borders, right? That's like a big liberal meme that the left really wants open borders. The people who want open borders, like he said, that's a Koch brothers proposal. That's why I always thought it was so interesting, because like most people in power who are like right wing are able to co-opt like right wing like cultural and societal talking points and push that. But when it comes to like the economic standpoints, they don't say anything. They're pretty quiet because they're for open borders. 110% of business leader wants open borders. The Koch brothers want open borders. Jeff Bezos wants open borders. Bill Gates wants open borders. These people want open borders. They do. You get like a bunch of low wage work people who have like zero opportunity that you can basically turn into like a slave labor camp. I mean, that sounds great. Therefore, like they're against unions. They don't want people to have workers' rights. They love that. They love that stuff. I don't know what you see. I think, yeah, I want to increase unionizing in other countries too. We should build up those communities. If you want to stop like this massive inflow of immigration, maybe we should look back to all of our policy back in the early, mid, and late 1900s, where we absolutely decimated Mexico, Central, and South America. So they can build their countries back up, and so they won't keep coming here. They won't keep coming here. They have places where gangs literally run the cities instead of like the police, because it's just gotten that bad. And obviously, the business owning class business owning class rights. That's what I meant to say, not white, right? Want to have open borders, like he said here, right? Now today, in like an environment where he has to change his political tone, I think we should help Mexico. Trump wants to stop all the aid going to Mexico and Guatemala and El Salvador and everything, and then they'll just like crash and burn, and then we pull out all the aid, and guess what? The refugees, the illegal crossings went up. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it that stopping aid to struggling countries makes more people seek asylum? Who would have thunk it? I never would have thought this before in my life. Wow. I don't know. Clear them out. All right. So yeah, I mean, it's just rank corruption. That's the real problem there, because everything's just that bad. Clear the gangs out. Oh, I thought you were like dog whistling in my chat. That's why I was like, I mean, I don't know, dog. Keep innocent. Yeah, sure. I mean, I agree with that too. Like, I think we should go help them. I honestly think that we owe some like reparations to those countries in some way. If that's like going down there and like on the ground trying to help build up that country, build up infrastructure, especially in Mexico. That's gonna go leaps and bounds to helping out this entire like this like political situation that's going on there. Yeah, I think. All right, here's my hot take, right? I think that we should tackle the people selling drugs and not the people who are addicted to drugs. That's what I think. I think that'd be pretty sick. If we went after like drug dealers and not just drug users, not like the Philippine style where if you see somebody like snorting crack, you can just blast them in the head just then and there, you know. If we go that route and we go more the Portugal route, I'm not sure if you guys heard about this, right? But Portugal decriminalized the use of all drugs. All drugs used to decriminalize, they decriminalized it. They made safe injection sites where they had doctors on standby all the time. They had clean needles. They had counselors, everything. You go there, you can use drugs safely. You have people there to help you wean yourself off. You can set up things. You can work at your own pace. You know, things like HIV, those rates dropped dramatically. Drug use dropped dramatically. And you know what? It wasn't like you could just go out onto the street and buy like a bucket of heroin, like those Chuck E. Cheese buckets when you get a bunch of tokens that someone gives you when you get a bunch of tickets to fill so you can take to the counter, right? Not one of those. They actually tackled the people who were selling drugs, and they were still, closing down drug rings. They were doing all of that, but instead of criminalizing the people who are addicted to them and using the drugs, they were able to drastically reduce their drug usage. They were able to put families back together. They were able to keep people out of jail and have a more cohesive and better society. That's the route I think we should go. There's our sister nations in Europe they've done so much for us. They've laid so much groundwork there, but our Overton window here is so far to the right that it just makes everything more difficult. Just the simplest things more difficult. We can't even get a minimum wage increase here.
You think maybe we should try to get jobs for those kids? So I think from a moral responsibility, we've got to work with the rest of the industrialized world to address the problems of international poverty. But you don't do that by making people in this country even poorer.
Yeah, I mean, I think by any I don't think that's all right. And now here's the now. Here's the incredible flip flop by Bernard P. Sanders, whatever his middle name is. I'm gonna tell you whatever he says here is not gonna contradict what he said there. Like, that's just like empirical facts. If we just like close down, like open up all borders no matter what in an instant, like overnight, it's going to have catastrophic effects on like the native population. It just will. That happens everywhere. No place has, as far as I know, no country has open borders. And I don't think this country needs them, right? If we get to some like a socialist ideal, like a complete worker solidarity, and everything's peachy keen, and then we can close down borders and people have like free movement and everything, but we have like strong unions or whatever, like that, whatever. We're not there. People will just be used and abused. Everything would be terrible. No one on stage is for open borders. And he's not open borders here either. So let's see what he has to say.
One, executive order. Restore the legal status of 1.8 million young people in the DACA program.
All right, so never there, and I'm pretty sure never before has Bernie been against DACA. Cool. Make DACA actual American citizens. Great.
Day one, we change border policy so that federal agents will never snatch babies from the arms of their mothers.
Ooh, not separating children. I'm pretty sure it doesn't sound like a contradiction there either.
Day one, we introduce be comprehensive, which will result in a path toward citizenship for all of the 11 million who are undocumented. Okay.
Wow, a path to citizenship. That's not even like That's not even if he said something like, we're going to make everybody here who was here illegally a citizen overnight, then I would think that's a little bit closer to him contradicting himself, right? But he just said path to citizenship. Like, they have the chance to become a citizen. I don't know about you guys, but that didn't sound like a contradiction to anything that he said. He was making an argument against open borders there, and then he said that, hey, people who just work and pay taxes can be citizens, I guess. Like, okay. Thank you, Humanity First.
Hey,
Thank you for your
which one is it, man?
Bringing
Come
this,
on, you
bring
gotta,
us
you gotta,
this.
That was only 5 years ago. That wasn't that long ago, man. It is definitely suspect. I can see people housing gang and dudes and dudettes. My name is Sean. Oh,
what?
Okay, so man, okay. No.
What was that cut? He was in the middle of a sentence.
I'm definitely gonna poke a little fun at mainstream media here. We're definitely gonna defend Bernie a little bit here, but we're also gonna ask a few questions because it seems like Bernie is flip-flopping on a couple things. One being his medical records not willing to release them allegedly. It's what Chuck Todd. We're gonna get into that. It's kind of spicy, a little spicy video, right? You know what I'm saying? But also with regards to immigration. Now, I personally before getting like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Gravy. We gotta do the gravy, guys. Come on, it's gravy. You know what I mean? One gravy equals one mashed potatoes, one little lump equals one share. We got to make sure.
What the hell is this dude talking about?
You have to share types of videos like to be of interest.
Let's skip forward a little bit.
It's a little bit different. You know what I mean? It's a tad bit different. Almost seems as if you're pandering or selling out. And I'm not saying Bernie's doing that, except for maybe on immigration. You know what I mean? But we're gonna get into that because I do have a couple clips that I want to play for you guys where it's not like I pulled a clip from 1980. You know what I mean? It's a clip from 5 years ago where he's anti-immigration, and then just this recent debate before last.
I don't think being against open borders is being anti-immigration. I don't know about you guys, but that's not anti-immigration to me. As far as I know, I don't know anybody who's open borders. I don't know anybody in like the political sphere who's just in like within the next 100 years. I don't know anybody who's pro open borders. Do you know anybody who's like legitimately, unironically for open borders? Just, I mean, like having no borders, as in like you can just go wherever. America doesn't like, there's no stop and start to America. It's just like no borders now. I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody like that. I don't even know Sanders, I guess.
But there's a recent debate where he is 100% pro-immigration on day one type of stuff. So anyway, let's get into this article. 78-year-old Bernie Sanders.
See, I think that's where he start. That's like the main reason. That's the main reason where he's off track here already. He's off track already. This isn't like an issue being pro and against immigration here, right? Like, I don't agree with the right on a lot of like immigration issues. There's like, but at the little nuggets, there's like little nuggets of truth in there that they try and build out in other things. What part of the country am I from? I was born in Staten Island, raised in Brooklyn for a little bit. I'm a military brat, so we traveled around a lot. I've spent most of my time in like Missouri and Kentucky, places like that. A little bit of South Carolina, so like New York, Missouri, Kentucky, that sort of thing. But I'm a northeasterner. I'm a New Englander in my very veins. I was actually born when Rudy Giuliani was mayor of the governor. He was either the governor or the mayor. I forget, one of the two. I think it was the mayor, maybe. One of the two. That's what you thought? Why? I only started becoming politically active in 2017. I didn't care much for politics before then. But the last big thing about politics I could ever remember, I don't even remember the ACA being passed. The last big thing I remember is back in like 5th grade or whatever, we stopped like teaching. The class stopped, and then they rolled out that like old TV on the wheels that was like bolted down like a washing machine in the truck bed that you see rolling down 90 miles per hour going down the interstate. You know what I'm talking about? You could just tell is I bleed NY. Listen, it's in my veins, okay? Do I have my keys? I don't have my keys. I have a New York Giants lanyard. People can usually tell. They wheeled out one of those, and then they put on like the inauguration of Barack Obama, and that's like the last political thing I can remember before 2017. Right? I wasn't politically active or anything, so my parents are like left wing, but I'm further left than them. So I love them.
Flip-flops on promise to release medical records. Democratic 2020 presidential candidate Senator Bernie Sanders on Sunday flip-flopping his promise to release medical records. MSNBC host Chuck Todd played a clip of Sanders vowing to release his medical records before the first votes are cast, and pressed the Vermont senator on the broken pledge. The first votes have already been cast. You did not release your medical records. You released a few letters. Nobody interviewed your doctors. You did have a heart attack, apparently. Shouldn't voters see your medical records before Super Tuesday?
I'm sorry. Listen, okay. This is why I play video games and do politics and don't follow sports ball. All right. You gotta find out. You can't get your heart broken that many times. All right. Hey, we've won the Super Bowl in the past. My dad has a big like thing that has all of the Super Bowls we've ever won, in the garage. So, listen, it's not this year. Maybe next year. All right. We're still fleshing out a team. We're doing it. Okay.
Normally, Chuck Todd
At least I'm not a Jets fan.
doesn't really, but whatever kind of papers, you know, the executives handed him, whatever kind of questions they're sending him, they are going hard on Bernie. They now some could say it's a legitimate question. I'm being one of them, but it coming from MSNBC, you know, they're doing it just for the jab. You know what I mean? But whenever you're a front runner, you're also going to be subject to a lot of scrutiny, right? So Sanders dismissed the question, saying we have released so much documentation. I think as much as any other candidate, or let me say, we have released so much documentation. I think as any other candidate.
See, I'm telling you, no one can do a Bernie Sanders impression. I mean, Atlanta, yikes, oof. Sorry, buddy.
But no other candidate has had a heart attack. Todd shot back. Well, look, yeah, no other candidate is doing 4 out of 5 events a day running all over the country. I was until Andrew Yang stepped down, because that dude was doing like 7 a day at one point, man. Especially in Iowa, that man was crisscrossing that state. Oh man, it was good times. Anyway, so after
see, that's what I think is like so hard. I think that's why Yang dropped his campaign that quick. Because he was in Iowa for like over a year, I think. He was campaigning in Iowa for over a year to get like 1.1%. And you like, you know, you can't really carry on too hard. That and like the night before the New Hampshire primary, he didn't even make his $2 million goal. Like, it was time to end the campaign. But he does have a very thick accent. It's crazy, dude. It's wild. Yeah, it's very, very thick. But you know, hey, you gotta love him. You gotta love him for it. I wish I had a little bit more of like a New York accent. That'd be funny. I like the accent. You know, it's interesting. You were in Iowa and you didn't know, dude. Yang was the first person in Iowa. He was campaigning in Iowa. He was there the whole time, right? There was like a graphic that came out that was like, oh, Andrew Yang didn't spend any money in private jets. Look at Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden. They spent money in private jets. Elizabeth Warren, they spent money on private jets. For one, Yang didn't have money for a private jet. I'm quite sure if he had money for a private jet, he would use it. 2, where the hell is that guy gonna go? Where's he gonna go in a private jet? I think he actually moved his family to Iowa so he could campaign. Like, he lived in Iowa and he campaigned the whole time in Iowa. He wasn't anywhere else. The only time he ever went anywhere was for a debate. That's it. And then he went right back to Iowa. Like, of course he didn't spend any money on jets. He had no money and he had nowhere to go. But that's kind of wild. Ooh, Iowa boy. I've never seen anybody from Iowa before.
Well, okay, well, yeah, look, no other candidate is doing 4 or 5 events at Sanders. That's still kind of fair, you know, at his age, but he should also take that into consideration. And I think, you know, the reason why MSNBC does this kind of stuff.
After Todd pressed Sanders again, the senator said, you can start releasing medical records, and it never ends, and releases a substantial part of medical records. I'm not sure where I stand on him like releasing medical records. I don't know. That sounds really personal. To start releasing like medical records. I mean, you could always interview his doctor. I guess you could. I don't know. I don't even know about that. I know that's like a weird, like sort of really into your personal space sort of thing. Taxes. I mean, sure. And he already released his taxes. I'm not sure about medical records though. You're fewer and far between. You know who I haven't met and no one's ever met? Someone from Wyoming. Wyoming doesn't exist.
Just because people are just going to watch that and they're going to see the narrative and just dismiss it. You know what I mean? So Sanders added he is trying to walk a little bit more, but the schedule doesn't allow me to. I love that they put that quotation, walk a little bit more. It seems like he's so old he can't walk. MSNBC. Oh, but this schedule doesn't allow me. Oh man, Michigan Star, you guys are killing me. Okay, so 78-year-old senator suffered from a heart attack in early October, temporarily sidelining him from the campaign trail. He has insisted that he is in good health and as good enough health to serve as commander-in-chief despite the heart attack. Okay, so before we get into the immigration stuff, let's go ahead and play this little bit clip just so you guys can get some context here.
Said the following about your medical records. Take a listen. I think it's the right thing to do. The American people have a right to know whether the person they're going to be voting for president is healthy, and we will certainly release our medical records before the primaries. It'll certainly be before the first votes are cast. The first votes have already been cast. You did not release your medical records. You released a few letters. Nobody interviewed your doctors. You did have a heart attack, apparently. Shouldn't voters see your medical records before Super Tuesday? As much documentation, I think, as any other candidate.
Isn't that where I'm not sure what documentation that he's released. I never cared too much about the heart attack thing. Like as long as he's still alive and campaigning, like I don't care what's going on. If he did promise to release his medical records, I think he should. You could wonder why not. I highly doubt he's lying about his medical health. He doesn't seem like he is, but he is. He also Yellowstone. I always wanted to go there. I do photography in my spare time. I always wanted to go there and do take a photography trip, like hike around, go to some sulfur acid pits, dip a dead rock, dead squirrel in it, see what happens, a little science project. That sounds fun. But if he did promise, then I probably think he should. We'll see where this goes.
But no other candidates had a heart attack. Well, look, no other candidate is doing 4 or 5 events a day. What changes did the doctors ask you to make that you've made? I'm trying to walk a little bit more, but the schedule doesn't allow me. They didn't say, so I'm trying to sleep a little bit better. Sometimes that's life, but I'm feeling great. Thanks. I guess this winning will help you sleep a little bit better. Winning will make me sleep a lot better, and I think we're going to do just that. All right, Senator Bernie Sanders, the independent Democrat.
I told you it was spicy, guys.
It is really confidential. That's what I was thinking. Medical records are super confidential, and no matter what's going on. I mean, there's some things that you can release. I think he partly fulfilled the promise good enough, right? I think if you could talk to they can't even interview the doctor, right? Because that's client patient confidentiality. So you can't interview the doctor really in the way you want to, and I don't know about releasing full medical records. And if he doesn't release the full medical records, then people are gonna be like, what's in there? What's in the part that you didn't release? And I there's just some stuff in there that I don't think because there's definitely some pieces of my medical record I guess I wouldn't want to divulge into just personally. So you can't really half release medical records. That doesn't really make any sense. Yeah, I don't know about this point. He did make a promise to. I think the promise to first was dumb. He shouldn't have done that. There's probably a miscalculation there. But it doesn't seem to really be a big sticking point. I guess we'll see. When did this come out? I'm not sure when this article. Let's see when this article came out. Does it have a timestamp? This was the 11th, so it was a couple days ago, right? I haven't been hearing any buzz about it, so we'll see where it goes. But at the same time, I don't know about releasing his whole medical record. There's probably stuff in there that we don't and shouldn't see.
I mean, so I go back and forth. I
don't want to and shouldn't see.
I'm not a Bernie bro. I disagree with Sanders a lot, but I do like to defend him when it's necessary, right? So let's get on to some immigration. Let's get on the homepage. We can just have this in the background. That was good stuff. Not so much pro-immigration, and then just here recently, he's almost completely flipped on that.
This is completely false. Bernie Sanders is still at his heart pretty stronger on immigration than probably some people in the Democratic Party. Stronger on. Well, it's because the way we view our politics. You think you're this and that. So the idea of being strong on politics, not strong on politics. What's dumb? Strong on immigration is more a right wing sort of ideal, and I guess open borders is a left wing idea. I don't think those two things really match up at all. And Sanders being seen as one of the furthest left candidates, people expect him to be hard. Super soft on I keep saying politics, super soft on immigration, I guess, which doesn't make any sense. And I guess this guy's kind of believes that too.
Anyway, let's roll a clip and I get into my opinion after that.
It's like gun things, right? You can go to a lot of socialist places, and I'm telling you, it looks like an NRA meeting. I'm telling you that, dude. People walk in with their Colts. They walk in with their Rugers. They walk in with their Smith and Wessons, and they're brandishing them. They tie them to their freaking chests, and they're like, "Hey, buddy, what's going on, big boy?" They do not care about showing off their iron. They love it. I think at a lot of Antifa rallies, this is one little task force that they have, and they just have a bunch of AR-15 style semi-automatic rifles that they just carry around with them, and they're like, "Hey, we're just here to maintain the peace." So they're not, and you wouldn't. Lots of people who are less politically engaged think that's more of a right-wing thing.
Sharply raising the level of immigration we permit, even up to a level of open borders. Sharply open borders. Sharply raising the level of immigration.
Wait, I'm not sure what the question he was asked was. We didn't get the full question. We just got his response on open borders. The only thing he talked about in this clip was open borders.
On that,
and he's come out all the time, still against open borders. I think I remember. Let's see if we can find it. Actually,
sharply raising.
I'm quite sure he's still against open borders. Oh, this is actually the video. Let's see.
Socialist is a more international view. But I think if you take global poverty that seriously, it leads you to conclusions that in the U.S. are considered out of political bounds. Things
welcome Taco Bell quesadilla. Let me eat you. Let me eat you. I'm hungry. Come here. I will eat you. But not before you follow the channel. If you're enjoying the stream, please leave a follow. I would like it. Thank you. No? Why? Do I have to take you out on a date first before I eat you or something? Is that how that works? You think Antifa is a bunch of idiots and they've gone way too far? I just hurt their cause. Dinner first? You have to ask you. Take you to dinner first? All right. Let's call it a date.
Sharply raising the level of immigration.
Oh, here we go. Here's the question.
The U.S. are considered out of political bounds. Things like sharply, that seriously, it leads you to conclusions that in the U.S.
Wait, what? Oh, here we go. Oh, it's the first question. My bad.
In what you said about being a democratic socialist is a more international view. But I think if you take global poverty that seriously, it leads you to conclusions that in the U.S. are considered out of political bounds. Things like sharply raising the level of immigration we permit, even up to a level of open borders.
See, I don't like the framing of this question. That's probably why he decided to go to the whole thing about open borders to quell those sorts of ideas, right? To say that you care about yes, you care about global poverty. So why do you not open your home up so that poor people can live in your living room? I think that's a massive straw man of the ideas of solidarity with poor people and working people in other countries, right? And wanting to promote their well-being. It's like that saying. It's like that one Tucker Carlson clip where he was like, well, you want people to come into this country, huh? Well, why don't you let them live in your spare room? That's dumb. That is dumb. That's incredibly dumb. More for a tougher integration. What do you mean by that? If you could explain your question a little bit. But yeah, it's kind of oh, well, if you care about global poverty that much, then why don't you close down all borders and let all people, no matter what, just waltz into the country whenever? Tougher on integration. What Bernie Sanders comes out in support of whites only bars. He is tougher on immigration than most people probably think. He doesn't talk about immigration in depth. His immigration views he did before, right? But it's like before. The Democratic Party is still pretty moderate, conservative, light, right? Lots of posturing is just for political gain more than anything else. Biden was for it all. So is Pelosi. They were both for a wall, or at least not necessarily a wall. They weren't for a wall. They were for better physical reinforcements upon along the southern border, which if Trump wasn't doing it, I don't think would be like a big problem. Even if, and not, it's not just because he's a Republican. I think it's specifically Trump and his history with like issues regarding people of color is what really is the big thing. That and just like another thing to shit on Trump for, right? It's just like a big game. It's politics. It's still politics is what we're doing. Even like another Republican, if they're like, we need tougher immigration, we need to build more reinforcements on the southern border, everyone would like yawn and roll over and go back to sleep because nobody cares, right? It's not a big thing. Nobody really cares. When he goes, yes, we need to keep the rapist brown people out with a big, beautiful, sparkling, pearly white wall across all 2,000 miles of the border, like that's when people are like, maybe this isn't too chill.
Sharply open borders. That's a Koch brothers proposal. The idea, of course, I mean that's a right-wing proposal.
He was surprised.
Essentially, there is no United States.
But it would make a lot of global poor richer, wouldn't it?
And it'd make everybody in America poor. That you're doing away with the concept of the nation state. And I don't think there's any country in the world which believes.
Like I said, it would be bad for everybody to just open up the borders, just like overnight. That'd be bad.
$2 or $3.
Which is mostly what people are talking about when they say the word open borders.
Oh, that would be great for them. I don't believe in that. I think we have to raise wages in this country. I think we have to do everything that we can to create the millions of jobs. You know what youth unemployment in the United States of America today? If you're white,
we saw that before.
To address the problems of international poverty, but you don't do that by making people in this country even poorer.
So then what are the responsibilities we have? If that kind of zero-sum calculation, right, between someone who is poor by U.S. standards, but is quite well off by, say, Malaysian standards, redounds so easily to the benefit of the person in the U.S., and how do we think about that responsibility? I guess I'm asking here for, I agree, you have a nation-state structure. You always are going to. The politics don't allow anything else. But I guess philosophically the question is, how do you weight it? How do you think about what the foreign aid budget would be? How do you think about poverty abroad?
And I'll tell you why. Well, first of all, again, as a United States Senator from Vermont, my first obligation, frankly, is to make certain that kids in my state and kids all over this country have the ability to go to college.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's bad to have our first obligation be like in the country, right? That's fine. That shouldn't give us an out for saying that we shouldn't care about people in other countries, especially when our policies specifically go against their interests. That's so detrimental. It's immoral. That's all I say. That's kind of like saying nothing at all. Like, I'm for good things and against bad things, but that's probably like about as good as you're gonna get of an answer on that question.
So anyway, let's really quick, but I get into my opinion after that.
Sharply raising the level of immigration we permit, even up to a level of open borders. Sharply
open borders.
Open borders.
In a nation state or in a country called the United States or UK or Denmark or any other country.
Media is a lot more lenient to Democrats. I think media's a lot more lenient to the establishment because they are the establishment. That's just like company politics there, right? Except if you're talking about places like Fox News, which actively, or like the New York Post, I think. Is it the New York Post or the Washington Post? One of the two. I think it's the New York Post that actively, or like Breitbart, that actively promote like a conservative like environment. That's just how it works. So it's not necessarily Democrats. It's more of the New York Post is the one. Yeah, more lenient to centrist Democrat. Yeah, more lenient to the establishment. They are for the status quo because that's what makes them money. Like at the end of the day, they are a corporation. I remember I had a book. It was called "Who Owns the Media," and it was not a JQ like book. It's about like the companies, conglomerates, who owns the media, and how we got from a more like a local news being the most important thing to people's lives. Local news, local politics is the most important things to people's lives, and now it's federal politics that is the most important thing to people's lives, and how the media has changed to become this big, massive, lumbering apparatus of the 24-hour news cycle, of like always like people repeating themselves in like clip after clip after clip of talking heads saying the same thing over and over again for 24 hours straight. Like breaking news after breaking news after breaking news of something going on this side of the country or the other. And I think that's bad. it's obviously showed itself in this sort of thing. Like Bernie is really massive in like New Hampshire and Vermont politics, and that's just massive local politics. Yeah, it was that I did it for a project. I did it for a project for school. I had to write an article about like media conglomerates and media consolidation into like smaller and smaller hands, like how Disney is like a massive entity when it comes to media. They own like 40% of media or some crazy amount of like, if you like flip through a couple channels, you're more likely than not to land on something that's owned by like Amazon or Disney or something like that. So that's where media bias normally lies, which is in the establishment, right? And even if you try and say something like, oh, but look at Trump, right? Trump is the establishment now, right? If you look back at 2015, 2016, like when Trump was when Trump was just holding his rallies and where he was saying like off the wall stupid stuff, and all the media, even Fox News was like, look at this clown. Ooh, yes. Tasty. Wow. Ted Cruz, what a beautiful boy. Come caress my belly. Oh. And who's that one guy who's the senator from Florida? I forget his name. Rick Scott? Let's see. What was it? Marco Rubio. Like, oh yeah, Marco Rubio, John Kasich. Please be my president, daddy. Like, they all love them. They didn't care for Trump at all. They hated Trump. They still hate Trump. They just simp for Trump because he has an 89% approval rating upon like registered Republicans. So, and that's their base. So they're like, oh well, I see. Yeah, I knew Rick Scott was from Florida, but he's the governor now. Or senator, one of the two. I forget. I don't really care. I hate them all. Yeah, Rubio. Rubio is who I meant. So that's where their alliances really lie, which is more the establishment. They even hated Trump back in the day. They just fell in line because that's what Republicans do. They fall in line. Yep, they did. I mean, media gave him $2 billion in free advertising. Obviously, they had a part to play, but what really had the part to play was, I think, just like normal from the 1990s to 2016 is what had the biggest problem. Like our politics just completely devolving into the garbage that we see today. Like super hyper partisan, super hyper laissez-faire, and not working for the people, especially after the economic crash. Like, poor economic situations lead to people looking for like candidates like Trump, who come in and co-opt like progressive and populist rhetoric to get into power. Yeah. DeSantis is the new governor, and Rick Scott became the senator. There you go. That's what happened in 2018. Yeah, massive amount of like media exposure. Really dumb. But that's all in the plan, and they don't care. Even the Democratic establishment, they don't care because they can like sit on their ass they've been sitting on their ass for like the last 4 years, just bitching and moaning because they don't have to do anything. They're happy. They're excited because you know what? They passed through the House, through party lines. They passed what did they pass? They passed a lot of stuff. They passed some like healthcare reform. They passed a little bit. They passed a minimum wage increase, and they knew it wasn't even gonna get to the Senate floor for a debate. They don't have to care about anything. Nothing happens. They get their headlines that, oh look, the Democrats are doing anything. They're doing literally anything. They're just doing something. They get their headlines for that, and then they can sit and do nothing for the next 4 years, and that's exactly what their plan was. and they get all their spending. And people are still going to vote for them. That's how it goes.
I don't believe in that. I think we have to raise wages in this country. I think we have to do everything that we can to create the millions of jobs. You know what youth unemployment in the United States? The DACA program.
Okay, Bernie. So, bro, which one is it, man? I mean, come on, you gotta. That was only 5 years ago. That wasn't that long ago, man. It is definitely suspect. I can see people saying why.
That's
that
not
could be
suspect at all.
I can see people saying that. So, but now on the flip side, I would say that, you're allowed to evolve. You're allowed to change your ideas.
He didn't evolve. He never changed. He didn't change here. When people say that Sanders is consistent, he's consistent on way more issues than he's not. And this is not something he changed. He had a change of heart in. He had a change in heart in like some issues pertaining African Americans. I forget what exactly, but there's something he had like he had a pretty bad take about something, and he changed his view on that, which is admirable. I completely am for people changing their minds. It shows that you're a person who can grow, right? But if you're right, you're right. The end. And he's right there, and he's still right today. He's still against open borders. Like he'll talk on stage all the time. Nobody up here is for open borders. I could probably have found the clip back in. It's one of the debates that nobody remembers and nobody cares about anymore. Back when like Tulsi Gabbard and Kamala Harris were on stage. You lean more conservative. Sorry, but this guy. I'm in the union. I think lots of people have felt that. Don't live behind. Yeah, it was gun control, right? And that wasn't really surprising to me. Wow, the senior senator from Vermont, who grew up in Vermont, is not as left wing on gun control as other people. Well, not as stringent on gun control. That's a better thing to say. They're not left wing. Like I said, the Antifa is more left wing. Someone said something about Antifa before. I didn't read it. I didn't read through all of it. Where was it? I think Devil Dog said it. Someone said it. I don't remember. They said Antifa were a bunch of goons, which, I mean, I'm not sure totally about Antifa. Yeah, it's just pretty quite consistent. And he, I'm not sure. I'm not, like I said, I'm not anti-gun. It's just a statistical fact that if you take a community and you give them a bunch of guns, the murder rate is going to go up, and the suicide rate. Both the murder and suicide rate will go up if you take a community and just give them guns, right? And that's just a fact. But then we have to weigh like people dying versus like the idea of like self-protection and like making your own way in the world, that like stuff like that, and like how it's like feasible to have or take away guns. Ooh, I reached 100 messages in chat. Thank you, chat. I love you.
It just seems to me that Bernie might be sort of just doing it because he knows that the rabid Democratic base really wants that. Now, I would say that that's still kind of smart because you want to win, right? Especially with everything stacked up against you, you kind of got to pander a little bit, but you don't want to, go. And if you really believe what you believed 5 years ago, and that hasn't changed, and you're just saying what you're saying just to get votes, that's not going to end up well for you. Trump and people like that will attack you on that. Your opposition will attack you on that, man. So if I was one of Bernie's campaign advisors, I would be coming up with a lot of blowback for other candidates. These campaigns are starting to get dirty, and Pete Buttigieg is.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, Taco Bell Quesadilla. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Like I do politics, I do gaming. We're gonna be doing some more Sekiro. I have to finish Sekiro, and then I'm gonna do Doom because Doom Eternal is coming out, and then we're gonna play Ni no Kuni 2. So I don't like this guy. Like more fractures in the YangGang, and we can see here definitely some I'll blow this up a little bit. Definitely some people who are very anti-Bernie. Bernie passed 7 bills in 30 years. Let's not fool ourselves thinking he can get any of his proposals done. Like, I remember this dude who was like, yes, Medicare for all is completely unfeasible. It would never get passed. How could anybody ever think that in a Congress and in today's politics that we could ever pass Medicare for all? Would you like to learn about a UBI? Like, dude, we can't even pass We can't even get past a minimum wage increase. And he's talking about giving everybody $1,000 a month. Nice one. Nice meme, dude. Nice work. You've really done it. Yeah, like the big, I don't think they should be that big either. It depends. Let me, 1 second. Let me see if I can pull up. There's a big article that I had. I was doing a lot of research on gun control for a long time to get to the place where I am now on my ideas about guns. And it's not science. I think I found it. I think I found it. Yeah, I found it. It's this article in Scientific American, and it's like, you know, more guns do not, guns don't stop more crime. They don't. Yeah, anarchists and communists, they love guns. They want to put guns in everybody's hands. I'm more for it. We need like gun control. I'm for we need some gun control. And the federal government has a complete right and I think duty to have gun control. I don't think we should ban guns. The only guns that I think that shouldn't be in the hands of like regular people are like for one, explosives, rocket launchers. I don't think we really need those as in like war stuff, war explosive stuff like that, like hand grenades, like actual hand grenades without like going through like many processes and it being overwatched by the government pretty heavily, to be used in really specific. I don't think it should be like GTA where you can walk into the gun store and then pick up like a grenade and a rocket launcher. That's what I'm trying to say, right? I think most people don't agree with that. Oh, hey, what's up? Future Reese. Is that how I pronounce your name? I think we should be able to have guns. If we look at places like Germany that does have guns, now their gun control laws are much stricter than much more strict than it is here. Especially it's more strict than even in the most strict states. They don't have the same sort of like killings that we do. Like even aside from gun violence, not they don't have gun violence. Aside from gun violence, they don't have Future Super Saiyan. Oh, sick. What do you think about Dragon Ball Super? I heard a lot of people talking about that. They don't have the same gun violence we do. Like, I mean, aside from gang violence, that's what I meant to say. Like, aside from gang violence, they still don't have the same gun violence as we do. No other place does, except for like the Congo, but that doesn't really count because that's like an actual war zone where they're actual slaves. Single mothers is what create. Well, I mean, poor economic situations is what causes gangs. I mean, well, you can say single parent households gives you a larger predisposition to gang violence and other, violent acts. No, single mothers. Nah, no. Single parent houses do. I see. We have an IQ boy in chat. Very cool. Very interesting. Anyways. Anyways, back to reality. Yeah, so aside from gang violence, uh that's the biggest problem. And like, you just, like I said, you take a community and you just dump guns onto them, violence is going to increase, suicide is going to increase. Yeah, single parent homes are not good. Let me make fun of the smart person in chat because I don't agree with him. Thank you. Very cool. Very interesting. I also didn't make fun of you either. I disagreed with your points, but if that's what you call being made fun of, Snowflake, I have some news for you. You're okay with regulations even if it's an expansion, but I have my carry permit and daily government taking that away from. I mean, I to an extent, I think carrying's fine. I'm fine with like a weight limit. I think if you have to wait 30 days to, if you buy a gun and you have to wait 30 days to get the gun, I think that's fine. I think if you buy a gun and your biggest thing is you need a gun now, then I think that's something the police can take care of. Like, you're either doing something very illegal or you're doing something where you should talk to the police. Oh, wow. Wow. Ooh, guys, listen, everybody stop. I'm not sure if you can see that because the screen's white, but everybody stop, okay? Did you see what they said? Did you know that intelligence is 80% race and 20% what we learn in real life? This, ladies and gentlemen, is what you call a lie. This person is a race realist. This person is a race realist. And by race realist, I mean a racist. So this is very untrue. Go look it up. Oh, wow. Beautiful. Go look it up. We can actually. We can look it up. We can Google anything we want here. I'm talking about gun violence right now, so I'll do it in just a second. Same with suicides. So I think we really need to. I think we really need to address like gun violence. So it just depends. It just depends on something. You know, some people, obviously, in this world where we can say, honestly, in this world where we can say whatever we want, especially on the internet, everyone's gonna have like everybody's gonna have a spicy take about anything that they disagree with. So, what you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What guns do you think we should ban? Just like fully automatic weapons. Those shouldn't be in the hands of like regular people. Fully automatic weapons shouldn't be in the hands of most of like people. I don't believe that at all. I think that's about the and then like every like certain, I think some ammunition should probably be regulated against. I think gun ownership should be tailored more towards self-defense and hunting. So if anything falls outside of that range of self-defense, well, they're not banned necessarily. You can still buy one. It's just super expensive and you have to jump through lots of hoops. But you can get one. You can still buy a Tommy gun. I'm quite sure. You can still buy one. So that's always important. Listen, buddy. You're very right. Lots of white people are complete idiots, but most people are complete idiots. It's not a race thing. Yeah, you have to jump through a lot of hoops. You have to get through a lot of permits. It's very expensive. You can still get your hands on one. I think they should be. I think that's probably the way it should go. Or like the government should probably have even more say in it. Honestly, there's another thing I wanted to look into. Was did you guys see Bloomberg stop and frisk? That big thing. I think probably self-defense classes should be mandatory. I think that you can make a good case for self-defense classes when you buy a gun to be mandatory, and I think they should also be free, so you won't have to so you won't have to take too much time out of your day. Well, so it won't dissuade poor people too much from acquiring firearms if they would like to. Wait. We have a secret police trying to suppress the right. We have a secret police trying to suppress the right. Please, Leon, this is not a joke. Please inform me how the U.S. is trying to suppress the right. I genuinely would love to know. I would genuinely like to know. Yeah, you get if those like really big things happen, of course people are gonna have like super knee jerk quick reactions to them. Social media polices the right. What do you mean by that? I'll put on a little bit of music so we're not just sitting here in complete silence. Music time. There we go. Don't you all love music? Mostly with hate speech policies and policies against advocating violent. Social media polices the right because they can't advocate for violence. the conservative views have been seen as intolerant. Look at Pinterest and Christianity quotes. Look at Google and YouTube controversies. Well, it depends, right? Because like conservatism is like based in hierarchy. Like appreciation for, and you can see this a lot, based in hierarchy, knowing your place, appreciation to authority, things along those lines. And you can see like usually the more conservative a place gets, the less tolerant for other beliefs and people it becomes. We just look at like Saudi Arabia. People are being crucified for actual witchcraft. Or like 1800s, 1900s America, where we're far more conservative than we are today. Size of brains does not equate intelligence, but cool. Or learning capacity. Current rate where? Like in the US? I don't want to say far right, but we're very conservative here. I think any political analyst will tell you that the US is pretty conservative. It's quite conservative. Much more conservative than any of our other sister nations, especially in Europe. Too bad witchcraft doesn't work. Witchcraft would be pretty badass. I don't know about you, Yeti. I think witchcraft would be pretty sick, not gonna lie. Oh, Devil Dog 9595. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, bud. I really appreciate you being here, honestly. Like, to be completely serious with you. All right. I think we've all had enough fun for tonight. There you go. There you go. Have fun. I think we had our fun. We had our fun. I think that's about enough of that. I don't know about you guys, but I think I've had just about enough. What's up, Joe Filthy? Nice to see you. Equality definitely is communism. It's really funny because a lot of those people try and you see this a lot. Ben Shapiro tries to do this a lot. It's the old meme that equality of it's the old mix up between equality of opportunity and equality of outcome. That sort of like big meme that lots of people on the right, especially Ben Shapiro, most notably, is trying to push. I think it's kind of crazy. I don't think anyone is trying to push forward equality of outcome. No two people are going to be alike, and no two people are going to reach for the same heights. You know, where I am, I don't really want to move up too much. I just don't. I like where I am. And I do good work where I am, and everybody likes me where I am, right? If I feel like I want to move up, I can. But there are people who've come into my job who are now in higher positions than me, but I'm fine with that because I'm fine where I am. I make good money where I am. I make better money than some of them who are in higher positions than me, honestly. They love me there. I don't think Generation X is, well, it depends on what you mean by more conservative. Gen X is on par or more left wing than millennials on most key issues. It just depends. It depends on some things. Some things they're a little bit more conservative on. Depends on how you want to define conservatism in this respect or that respect. Listen, Ben Shapiro is smart. Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson are very smart people. They're very smart. They're not dumb, not at all. And that's why I think they're disingenuous. Ben Shapiro is a smart person. Let me get most of that money and feeling the burn. Heck yeah, boy. Let me show you guys. Bernie released a new shirt on his freaking shirt store, on the shirt front, and I want it. I want it bad. Let me show you. Guys, look at this shirt. Look at this shirt. Come on. No matter what you think about, no matter where you are in the political spectrum, this shirt is badass. This shirt is sick. I don't like Shapiro. Shapiro's disingenuous. Shapiro's a very smart person. He graduated Harvard. He knows how to read. He knows how to look through data. He knows what studies are. It is a really nice shirt, actually. I want it. I'm gonna buy it. It's on pre-order right now, so you can't actually buy it, but currently on pre-sale only. So I'd love to get it. Hopefully I'll get it sometime soon. He's like a smart person. That's what I'm trying to say. And I'm gonna buy it soon. I'll probably buy it next week. Yeah, he is. Bernie's a great guy. He's a very nice guy as well. Nice guy, TM. He's simping for that spare coochie. Spare coochie, ma'am. Spare coochie. What I'm trying to say is that I remember Shapiro was talking about how like gay people don't make good parents, and gay people don't make good parents because because kids need a mom and a dad to be raised, which is just factually incorrect. And if he pulled up a study that said single parent households usually produce worse outcomes for children than two parent households, and he used this to justify saying that gay people don't make good parents. And I know he knows how to read that study. He read the study. He looked at it. He knew exactly what it said. He used it anyways because he doesn't care. And I don't think many of his fans care either. He's smart enough to know that that doesn't work. But he did it anyways. Where both parties meet at both, I don't know. Well, I don't want to say it as parties where both like ideologies meet. If you're going to say that, I'm not sure if, I don't think I believe in like a full circle, because you don't go all the way left and then reach right. Unless you're talking about authoritarianism, but authoritarianism can be on both left and right. That's not unique to anything. And you don't go to like the USSR and then you hop over and you find yourself all on like the Nazi side. How's Bernie's plans for paying for everything? When he released his Medicare for All bill, he released a bunch of plans for how to pay. I don't remember them off the top of my head. It's the marginal tax rate, increasing, changing up the tax code to change up tax brackets, things like that. There's a couple other things that he had in there. I don't remember them off the top of my head. I'll have to look that up for you. Yeah, the government's gonna pay for it. That's just how our government works. We could technically pay for whatever we want, really. Don't know his policy? What do you mean don't know his policies? Send you a link? Sure. Is this it? Here you go. What? Here's the entire plan in its totality. It's separated into full legislative text, the economic analysis, options for financing, and the press release, and it goes over the entire bill, every single point that he had. Yeti, even though that's a fun rhetoric meme answer, I think we should actually answer the question, right? I think for like winning people over, I think it does matter. Oh, it's you, Joe. Welcome back, Joe. We were just talking about Yang. You missed it. I forgot about. Welcome back, Joe. But yes, I did send you the full text. You can read it if you would like. I know you won't, but you can read the entire text. It goes over literally everything. Every single point as all of the co-sponsors, as the press conference. You can read everything about this bill. Everything that Bernie Sanders released on this bill, you can read it. You can read right up on it. Like I said, even has ways for financing it. 7.5% income-based premium paid by employers. 4% income-based premium paid by households. Saving on healthcare tax expenditures. A less regressive income tax. So poor people are taxed less than rich people. More progressive estate tax. A wealth tax on the 0.1%, not even the 1%, the 0.1%. Impose a fee on large financial institutions. Impose a one-time tax currently held offshore profits. Repeal the corporate accounting gimmicks, and then I guess it'll go into the details about that afterwards. So yes, he does have plans to pay for it. Even though people would like to say that he does not. It's all here. It is all here for you, baby boy. My beautiful baby boy, Joe Filthy. I love you. Wait, Joe, you were /are a Yang supporter, right? So how are you going to sit here? And tell me that taxes are going to go up when Yang's plan to pay for a UBI was literally to impose a VAT tax? Like literally impose a VAT tax on like consumable items, which is a regressive tax. I know he wanted to implement it as like a progressive tax, so it's luxury items. But if you know this, right? Rolls-Royce are produced in the same, just about the same manufacturing plant as like 325i's. Okay. A tax on one, businesses are smart. When one thing goes up, it's going to go up. They're going to offset that cost. That's their whole plan, is to make money. So if a Rolls Royce becomes more expensive, they're going to offset that cost by making like 325i's and 335. I don't think they make the 335i anymore, but other BMW cars more expensive. I'm not saying there shouldn't be a luxury. I mean, well, yeah, listen, what I'm trying to tell you is that just because it's a luxury tax item doesn't mean it's only going to affect that item. Businesses are smart. They will increase prices down the road, and it's going to be on regular consumer products. That's where it's going. All right. If a Lamborghini becomes more expensive, they're going to make their tractors more expensive. Yes, and he was proposing a sales tax as well, which is also a regressive tax. Like, we pay for these things, you know. We use taxes. That's how this place works. Now you can say you like it or don't. I don't really care. But to say like this is like the super pragmatic version. Taxes will go up on everything. Like, come on now. I know you're smarter than that. I know you're smarter than that, bud. Try a little harder next time. I'm not trying to kill capitalism. Me personally, I'm not trying to kill capitalism. I'm trying to make capitalism better. I'm still like, even if I'm going to like advocate for like a socialist sort of like society, my socialist society would be where we incentivize workplace democracy and help naturally weed out corporations until all businesses are collectively owned, and it'd be a market socialist system. That's the furthest left I am right now. He did, and he's chilling. He did have a heart attack. He's chilling though. So yeah, Taco, I'm not trying to kill I'm not trying to kill capitalism. Well, not necessarily. For this time being, individual properties, I believe in like personal property. Like, you own your house and you own like the land on it, and you own like your toothbrush and stuff. Like personal property. I'm not sure where I land on the idea of like a business being considered personal property, especially when you have people in it. Like, it's much harder for, and we do this today, right? Where it's much harder for the government to tell you what you can and can't do, like within your own home, especially when you're doing it by yourself, opposed to what you're doing in public with like a business, right? Because the government can tell you who you can and can't let in your business, but the government can't tell you who you can and can't let in your home, right? In that sort of idea. Poor people don't employ people. You're right. See, that's what I'm trying to explain. Like, I'm not sure exactly where I stand on like a business, but the idea that we would start treating a business as like a public good when it's a publicly traded company, well, a public company, isn't really new. Like I said, the government can tell you who you can and can't let into your business, but not who you can and can't let into your home. Joe, he's a YangGanger. I have no clue who he is. He's just he's just a conservative. Oh, he's just a conservative. Who cares? Cool. Doesn't matter anyways. I mean, I don't know why you didn't say that from the start. Like, I don't know why you complaining so hard if you're just a conservative? Like, cool. I don't know what you want. It doesn't make any sense because nothing that you would get from Andrew Yang would ever come from anything to spawn from like the American right. But do your thing, buddy. Live, laugh, love. Anyways, I found some really cringy. Oh, look at this. It's backwards. Oh no. There you go. Sorry if I gave anybody a seizure there. Yeah, why complain if you're just a conservative? Well, in that gay cake case, it's not so, it wasn't, as far as I remember, it wasn't cut and dry as the business was necessarily in the right. I'm pretty sure they deferred action in that case. They didn't really decide on anything because they didn't revoke the state's rule about like they didn't revoke YangGang. YangGang did get BTFO'd. I don't hate them though. I don't hate the YangGang. I respect people who have a lot of enthusiasm for the candidate, and the YangGang, no matter how big or small they were, they had a lot of enthusiasm. They got a lot of stuff trending. They pushed the narrative. UBI is now in the narrative. That's Yang's biggest thing. And maybe one day we'll see people start to talk about UBI the same way everyone's talking about Medicare for all today. We'll see. Yeah, no problem. I really appreciate that. I want everybody to be welcomed here, okay? Except for that one guy who tried to tell me that women's brains are smaller, 11% smaller than men's brains, so they're dumb and belong barefoot, pregnant with 13 children, washing dishes in the kitchen. You know, other than that person, I think everybody's chill here. No, yeah. Yeah, I know it's a chick. It's okay. That's fine. Well, they say they were a chick. There are lots of people who pretend. I don't know if you've seen, but there's lots of people who pretend to be black people to try and say bad things about black people and get like a lot of likes on like Twitter and other social media stuff. It's really funny, actually. They'll like literally make accounts and try and make it look like they're a black person and then try and talk in slang. It's really hilarious, actually. But no, like, I'm pretty sure they deferred action because they didn't strike down the state law that said that the state had to they didn't strike down the state law that said that the cake shop had to serve that gay couple. I'm quite sure, if I remember. It was more of a deferred action instead of them citing on one case or the other. Yang, you know what? That's true. If Yang had a good UBI program, I would respect him a lot more. He never really got into any progressive spaces. He was never really welcomed into any progressive spaces. He was, he's still more of just like a New York style sort of moderate Democrat. He still is. He just has a flair with UBI and that's it. He's still like your businessman, moderate Democrat. New York style Democrat. That's just who he is, and that's fine. He's just not my guy. Yeah, I highly doubt Yang will be back in 4 years. I think, and I don't think he should. I think he should be a mayor somewhere. Go be a mayor. Go. People have been talking about him being a mayor from New York, being a mayor of New York when Bill de Blasio gets out, because Bill de Blasio's term limited. When it's all said and done. Yeah, it was his own decision. I think you were here not yesterday, a couple days ago, Joe. you were here a couple days ago. You saw that he didn't make his last fundraising goal, which was just $2 million over like a week period or something along those lines. It was a couple days or a week, or the better portion of a week, I'm pretty sure. He didn't make his $2 million goal before the New Hampshire primary. His funding slowed, his polling slipped. After Iowa, he banked everything in Iowa. He had to just stop. That's just how a campaign worked. And I think he did a lot of good job. He did a lot of good things for his policy. He got UBI in the mainstream. That sounds like a success. That sounds like a success. I don't know. It's all right. We tried to reach out to Joe. We tried to reach out to him. I've been very nice to him this whole time. I haven't timed him out. I haven't banned him. He's my friend. I love him. Lipstick on a pig, brother. I'm gonna buy that pig a date. Take her to the movies. Can we put a wig on her as well? Maybe a couple little pig heels. Go to town on those pig trotters. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. Here are some really interesting people, right? This is like not necessarily the never Bernie bro types, but we're in that realm of Twitter, so you know it's gonna be a pretty bad ride. And here's this person's Democratic primary ranking. Number 1, Warren. Great, amazing. The candidate who talks such a big game against billionaires and the ruling class, taking advantage of like regular working people. Next, Bloomberg, a literal billionaire, ruling class who takes advantage of working people. Amazing. Amy Klobuchar. I don't hate Amy. Besides her throwing staplers at her employees, you know, whatever. She seems all right. Biden, then Bernie, then Pete, then Yang, then Steyer. This list is completely incoherent. I think this proves that the U.S. electorate makes no sense. We have no clue what we're doing. We have no clue what we're doing. Oh no, Yeti. The last time we polled Yang supporters, they were 35%. They were 35% going to Sanders. The rest part of it going to Warren, another part going to, it was like Bernie, then Bloomberg actually. And then after that, I'm not sure. And then there was a big portion that leans Bernie, but wasn't set yet. So most of his support is probably going to go to Bernie. A tiny portion is going to leave go to like Bloomberg or Warren. And then even smaller portion is going to either sit out the race or vote for the Republican, which is, you know, mostly what's going to happen. So mostly Bernie, smaller part to Warren and Bloomberg, and an even smaller part sitting out or voting Republican. So no matter what they try and tell you on online or what you hear, like YangGang, we must write in Yang for the general election. We must da 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 da. No, most of them are gonna vote Bernie. That's just how it's gonna go. The end. I think if you work hard in the front, the recognition. Yeah, I think you work hard. That's fine. Look at this, Pete or bust, guys. We finally found it. They've come full circle. They did start sounding a lot more like Sanders supporters. Pete or bust. Look at this, guys. Did you think back in July that we'd be looking at a tweet that's literally Peter bust? I didn't. I sure didn't. What was it? Oh, excuse me, Joe. Joe, stop. I'm not gonna let you sit here in my chat in 2020, the year of our Lord, mind you, and take pot shots at a fellow minority, okay? Bernie Sanders is not white. He is Jewish. He is a Jewish American who lost family in the Holocaust, all right? How dare you try and take away his minority rights? His minority soapbox, okay? He is a Jewish man. How dare you? I won't let you do it again. Oh, look. We found Peter bust, and right below it is a Bernier bust. Beautiful. Very cool. I'm not Bernier bust, like I said. It's a difficult choice between Bernie, and Bernie, but my first choice is probably Bernie, and my second choice is probably Bernie, and finally, my choice is it's very difficult, but I think I'll be going for Bernie at the end of the day. Thank you. Very cool. This Warren, Bernie, Amy, Pete, Biden, Bloomberg. This is, out of all of this is the most sane list that I've ever seen. I'd switch around Warren and Bernie. Bernie is still my first choice. Warren, even through all her goofs and gaffes, she's still my second choice. But this is actually a coherent list by someone with a head on their shoulders and not replaced with like an abacus or like a TI-82 calculator that your math teacher from 5th grade hands you. Dude. Joe, I'm gonna need you to calm down. All right, Joe, I'm gonna need you to calm down for a little bit, okay? Joe, okay, listen. We had fun. I'm gonna need you to calm down. All right. But yeah, that's the only coherent list I've seen. The not Bernie, edgy, very edgy as hell. Thank you, very cool. What else do we have? Pete, another Peter bust. How is Bloomberg your number 2? These lists are unhelpful. We're at the point where the race start losing their path to nomination. I find organizing a list helpful given how fluid the race is. He still has no sense. He still makes literally no sense. Yeah, like his list is completely incoherent. What was it again? It was Warren and then Bloomberg. I don't get it. And someone pointed out here, Warren because she's willing to tax billionaires so others can survive. Bloomberg because he's an old billionaire Republican. Like, okay. This guy is Warren Steyer Sanders. I mean, I guess, dude. That's closer to being all right. Oh, what did you put out? Your list at this point would be Sanders, Warren, Buttigieg, Klobuchar, Biden, Steyer. That's, you know what? I can see from your list. See, it's coherent because I can see the anti-establishment sort of like tax the rich sort of candidates are up near the top. And then the more establishment billionaires are near the bottom. So this is a coherent list. This is a very beautiful list. And if I had a gold star, I would give it to you, okay? You deserve it. You deserve it and a piece of cake. I love you, okay? Mwah. Very coherent list. Good job. I hope you're proud of yourself because I'm proud of you. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. What are you talking about? I gave like $50 max to Bernie's campaign so far. I made a $27 donation the right after he won the primary, the New Hampshire primary. You don't think it's like people you want to vote for, right? Thanks. No problem, okay? No, I'm excited. The races seem to be shaping out exactly how I wanted. This is someone else's list. Elizabeth Warren, Pete, Amy, Bloomberg, Biden, Sanders. I still don't get it. It's so weird. It's such a weird list. Bernie, and then yellow vest. Hey boys, we know exactly what this guy is trying to say, but I don't agree with political violence, okay? I don't agree with political violence here. We don't like it. Klobuchar, Warren, Bloomberg. See, this is the Bloomberg vote. This is what I'm telling you. The Bloomberg vote is just the anti-Bernie vote. That's all it is. It's the establishment's last stand. Bloomberg is the centrist last stand against Bernie Sanders. That's it. That's all he is. That's the only reason he's in the race. Klobuchar will get the support when Joe leaves. She won't, because she can't connect to black voters. Over half of Biden's support is propelled by older black voters. Klobuchar doesn't have that support. She won't get it. She'll get it from the white section, but that doesn't put her anywhere near the top. The black support is going to be falling away to between Sanders and Bloomberg, mostly Bloomberg. But the non-white support is going mostly towards Sanders. That's what the polls have said. Like, coherent list. Weird. They probably have Yang down here, mostly because they don't see him as a chance to win. Like, a lot of this list is predicated on the fact that I want the person, they're still working in the mindset of person who's best equipped to beat Trump. So I'd give this person the benefit of the doubt in saying that they don't hate Yang, but it's mostly, he doesn't have a chance to win, but he should be on the list still. Warren, Klobuchar, Oprah, Lizzo, Mariah, one of the men, I guess. Cringe. We have a simp in chat, boys. There's one here. There's one here. I know it. There's one in here. I know it. I can smell it. I can smell a Clinton supporter. Warren, this is even this right here where Warren is my first choice, and if I really have to, Bernie, and then like whatever after that. I can smell a Clinton voter. It's right here, isn't it? Justin, hashtag all of us for Warren. Oh, I can smell it. This is a Clinton voter. Hillary Clinton, 26. He did it. I'm so good at this. I knew it, dude. Look at this. All the beautiful vagina having human beings at the top, and the dirty, angry, sad men at the bottom, down, drooping below the rest of the field, just like their disgusting testicles. I hate them. This is it. I knew it, dude. Just looking at this list, I knew it. This was a Clinton voter. Bernie's gonna get pummeled by Trump. I really don't believe that. I think any decent political analysis will say that on a debate stage, at the very least, Sanders is going to fare the best against Trump. That's just true. Like, there's not much Trump can go after Sanders for, except for like maybe the socialist tag that most people don't really care about. They just don't. And that's about it. What's he gonna attack him for? What, healthcare? I mean, Sanders is really good. Sanders has been facing those same sort of healthcare attacks his whole way through, and he's been surviving, deflecting them, and defending them quite well. What else? I mean, he's a populist in the same vein as Trump, only he's not a faux populist. Like workers' rights. I think Trump doesn't want to run against Sanders, especially when it comes to like an actual populist who always talks about the working class. The only thing that let me remind you, the only thing that Democrats need to win to out Trump from the White House are 3 states, and 2 if you get the right ones: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. That's it. That's all they have to do. And they've been winning those states for a long, long time, since the 1990s. 2016 is the only time when those states went red, as far as I remember. As far as slanders go, I mean, sure, he's going to throw slanders at everybody. But I don't think somebody stop him. Somebody has to stop the boy. As far as slanders go, I don't think they'll stick. The thing with Clinton is that he threw a bunch of stuff at the wall at her. The problem was that it stuck, not that he did it. You know, when he says like lock her up, Clinton has a long history of being this like weird, divisive candidate. She had a lot of baggage going in. Sanders just doesn't like that. He just doesn't. This is my political analysis. Obviously, I just sit here reading news articles and reading and watching videos every now and again. But I think I can defend this from almost everybody that Sanders, like, just by far is the best candidate to go up against Trump, who feeds off of like creating a narrative of this person is like as bad as him, right? All he has to do is drag the candidate down to his level, and then he wins. And like, people don't want to come out to vote. Sanders has a very large supporting, especially in the Rust Belt, like, and that's all he needs to win. I find it hard. Like, a very strong union candidate is going to have a hard time being trounced like Clinton was by a candidate like Trump. Ooh, Pete. Ooh, I love Pete. The correct Warren, Sanders, Steyer, Yang, Klobuchar. This is also a coherent list. I mean, I don't hate Steyer. I liked it when Steyer was like, "Hi, Bernie. I don't want to get in the middle of this. I just want to say hi. I love you, Bernie." And he's like, "Yeah, okay, good." Yeah, okay, good. Or was it? It was like, "Yeah, good, okay." That was a funny moment. I like that one. Buttigieg. Look at who is this person? Tennis fanatic. Buttigieg, Biden, Klobuchar. Whoa, dude. Really? Yeah, I know he's gonna do everything he can do to drag him through the mud. But the thing is, if he could have said something about Sanders, he would have. I just don't think he has any material on him. He just doesn't. Not like Biden. Oh my God, Grep, nice to see you again. Hi. I'm very happy to see you in chat. We're just talking about Trump. We're talking about the election. You're talking about some Bernie, some anti-Bernie Clinton voters who are very salty that Bernie still breathes. Yes, but did you guys know that in New Hampshire, when Bernie Sanders was in a race against two people, he got more than half the vote. But when he was in a race against 10 people, he got less than half the vote. And if you add up all the people who ran against Sanders, he was beat. So basically he lost New Hampshire. And if you add up all the people who voted in the Republican primary, because they also didn't vote for Sanders, he really lost. And then if you go even further, and if you add up all the people in America who aren't in New Hampshire because they also didn't vote for Bernie Sanders, I really don't see how you can ever call him the front runner. I'm very smart. Businesses pay me to make this analysis. I'm very smart. As you can see, I don't think he will, because you've already seen it. Who's he attacked? Warren is Pocahontas. Biden as like basically a pedophile creep. He's attacked Buttigieg a little bit. Like the only person, and Klobuchar is not going to go anywhere. Buttigieg isn't going to win. I mean, Trump almost got impeached. Well, Trump did get impeached over trying to find Oppo research on Biden. He spun this whole thing. Like if you go to the core of this whole web of impeachment was spun just so he could find Oppo research on Biden, right? He already took down Warren. He knows how to fight Warren. Like, if he was going to attack Bernie Sanders, he would have done it with more than what he's had. But before going, haha, socialism, ew. People don't like socialism, and he's a socialist. Like, if he had more than that, I think he'd use it. Has he really started anything? Who, Trump or like Sanders? Yeah, they want to call him like a communist or whatever, right? But I really don't think it's going to stick, right? The main group of people who are going to be turned off by that sort of rhetoric would be people of color, I would expect, because those people usually skew more conservative in the Democratic Party, right? Trump, he's not super started. We'll see after Super Tuesday, right? The main group of people he's trying to turn off there are like the non-white vote, and those people are going overwhelmingly for Bernie right now. So we'll just have to see. I think that Trump just doesn't have anything on him. Everybody keeps saying that there's this massive Oppo research on Bernie that's nobody's dug up. It's just this nugget of is Bernie Sanders kryptonite that's sitting there in the rough, and we're just waiting to dig it up. We're mining like a freaking Minecraft feed the beast server. We're just mining. We're mining away, and we're gonna find it. And when he does, it's gonna destroy his campaign. The man had a heart attack. The man called himself a socialist, and he's looking to cancel all student loan debt, and he's now the Democratic front runner, right? If they don't have anything on him yet, and he's also been in the public eye for like 6 years, if they don't have anything on him yet, I don't think they're gonna find anything. I really don't. That's about it. That's all they got. All they can do is spin a couple sound bites to make it sound like he said something he didn't, a little bit. And none of those things have stuck either. It'd be a good shirt of him looking like Che. Yeah, probably. Sanders and Bloomberg tie as my bottom. I hate Sanders. I hate how he wags his finger at women. Can you see he wags his finger at Warren? He hates her. Okay, buddy. There's this other one. This is a very interesting person to me. I hate this person. I hate them with all of my heart. I really don't like them. But what Bernie is good at, he's done in his entire political career is taking insults and stuff like that and warping and not warping them, but taking them back and throwing them back at you. That's the best thing he's good at, especially when it comes to debates, right? He takes an attack, he turns heel, and he shoots it in the other direction, back at you, right? You've seen this a lot with him. Like that's if you ever see like a Bernie Sanders clip from a debate going around, that more than likely it isn't him talking about his policies. Everybody knows that. He says the same thing. It's him like taking a hit, absorbing it, and shooting it back out. That's what he's best at. And I don't think Trump can really stand like toe to toe with him in a debate. I really don't think so. I really don't. You know, what's Trump gonna say? Oh, I got the best economy the world's ever known. The world's never seen an economy this good before in anyone's entire life. And then, you know, Bernie's like, oh, wow, it's a really good economy when 70% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. This and this and that. The unemployment's up, but inflation's up as well. Like, and people aren't doing well. You know, people keep saying that they're just skating by still. Like, stuff like that. It's going to be very hard for Trump to land like a good solid hit like he was able to do with Clinton every time she showed her face. Every time she poked up, punch her in the face. I know you are, but what am I? That's true. He is a good I know you are, but what am I? That's funny. I'm rubber, you're glue. What bounces off to me sticks to you. Ha ha. But I hate, back to this person. I hate this person. I hate them so much. I hate them with all of my heart. They're terrible. They're garbage. And this is her talking about some random person that says, I see a lot of black people, blacks blame everything on racism, not on mental malfunction or anything else but racism. Like, I don't agree with this, but the reason I'm showing this isn't because of what they said. What they said is dumb. What's even dumber is you are a racist. You do not get to decide what is and isn't racist. I do. No, you don't. No, you don't. Black people do not get to are not the arbiters of racism. You don't go to like the Black Council, right, with like their high chairs and like in the infernal court, and then you're like the council will decide your fate, right? We don't decide what racism is. Racism has a definition, and we can apply it. Like just like everybody else, we're not the arbiters of racism. We're not racism HQ. Okay, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. I hate this, and what I hate more than this person is like the white wine mom simps in her mentions who are all like, hey, excuse me, ma'am, Miss Black Queen, may I please have the dignity to even retweet you? I know us whites are terrible, but please, ma'am, please let me retweet you because I believe in everything that you say. I am an ally. I am a very good ally. Please, ma'am. Like, oh my gosh, that's so cringy. I hate it so much, dude. Holy crap. And this person, she's hateful. She's spiteful. She lives every single day of her life in just hating the world. Miss Black Pope, please. The Pope of, I shouldn't. I want to say, I'm on Twitch. I can't say those words. I heard that I can't say the N-word, even though I am black. So I have like an unlimited N-word pass. I heard that I can't say the N-word. So I'm going to try not to. I'm going to try my hardest. I wasn't going to say the N-word. I was going to say like the old N-word, you know, the one that Martin Luther King said. I love this. Hard ER? No, not that one. The other one, you know, the one that was more acceptable, like back in the 50s. Is the step up, you know. No, not the not the Spanish word for black. The row one. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, that one. Negro. Not that one. Yeah, just like science. Oh, so smart. Yeah, when he's like the Negro's peril. That one, like Negroes. I like that word. I'm not sure if it's a bannable word. I hope not. I don't think it shouldn't be. Personally, I don't think it should be. I'm not sure. I'm just dancing around it, okay? I'm very close to affiliate. I don't want to get in just say Spanish. No, it's different. I want to still be in Twitch's good graces, okay? Here's this, like, Bernie bros, the DNC has way too much control over the process. They're corrupt. They shouldn't have say over the people's choice. Also, Bernie bros, the DNC shouldn't make Bloomberg drop out. They shouldn't allow this. Like, what are you talking? Like, can we all agree, no matter what political, banned. That's it. I'm gonna get brigaded and destroyed. Can we all agree, at the very least, that Bloomberg bought his way into the race? Can we at least agree on that? Because I think he did. He had a lot of money. He dropped his fat, juicy sack on the desk of Tom Perez, and he said, "Hey, baby, hey, boy," and just dumped a bunch of money on the DNC. And then people like Booker, people like Gabbard, who haven't been on the stage forever, they changed the rules just because he got in. I think we can all agree, no matter where we're from, that Bloomberg is an oligarch and bought his way into the political scene this time around. Yeah, the piece of garbage. He did. He's an oligarch and he bought his way. Like, come on. They are corrupt. And they do have too much power. This is once again them showing deference for someone with a lot of money. Like, money controls this process, and it's disgusting. What is this?
You can just take the description, Xerox it, and pass it out to all the cops. They are male minorities, 15 to 21. That's true in New York, it's true in virtually every city. And that's where the real crime is. You've got to get the guns out of the hands of the people that get killed. She's going to be one of them. Spend the money.
Oh, this is the clip of him. This is the clip of him defending his stop and frisk policy. Yeah, I mean, at least Trump, like, I don't even think Trump, like, personally financed his campaign that much, right? I don't know how much money he spent of himself. He had a lot of grassroots funding. He did. And he also got funding from from other billionaires, which is garbage and poo-poo, and I hate that, and I hate him. But at least he didn't literally just buy his way into the campaign like Bloomberg did. Not at least that. The DNC rules. Oh, Bloomberg was just like, yeah, he couldn't get in, and then he just showered them in money. He coomed all over them, and they drunk it. They lapped it up from his toes, and they said, okay, you can come. Like, geez. Yeah, and this is Bloomberg trying to defend his stop and frisk policy. Vistrogoth. Okay, you weren't supposed to be here. You came in at the wrong time. The DNC is a coomer, dude. It's like a slot machine just pumping. They're just pumping, pump on them. Pump and dump, dude. Bloomberg came around through the back door, pump and dumped on the DNC. Fuck the DNC. Yeah, that's what Bloomberg did. He did. He bent him over too. And they enjoyed every billion of it.
Those cops where the crime is, which means in minority neighborhoods. So this is one of the unintended consequences is people say, oh my God, you are arresting kids for marijuana that are all minorities. Yes, that's true. Why? Because we put all the cops in the minority neighborhoods. Yes, that's true. Why do we do it? Because that's where all the crime is. And the way
there you go. So he DC, yeah. The DNC is simping hard. Okay, so this is Bloomberg. If you didn't know, Bloomberg was the mayor of New York City for 8 years. For 8 years, he was the mayor of New York City. And he implemented a policy that was called stop and frisk, right? And what it was, it's extremely unconstitutional. Once you hear it, if you don't already know, it's extremely unconstitutional. What it was it gave police the ability to walk up to a random person, stop them, detain them for no reason, and check them for like contraband or illegal weapons. Imagine your party now operating a smash and grab operation. I can't imagine it. I can't. I live every day in it, and I love it. So tasty. So yeah, and if that doesn't sound like the most authoritarian sort of like Orwell, like I don't know about Orwellian, but like some horrible nightmare, that I don't care what the founding fathers think, but like completely goes against what our Constitution was like founded on. I don't know what is, where a police officer can just go up to you, stop you, and then check all of your stuff. That's incredible to me. That's an incredible breach of like civil liberties. And obviously, like he said, he dumped all of the cops in the minority neighborhoods. He put them all in there. And if you didn't know, the stops were recorded. We know how many stops happened per year. We know. The numbers are right here. Let's zoom in a little bit here so we can get the full grasp. So the stops are right here, right? My face is covering them a little bit. I can move my, whoop, don't do that. I think I can move my head just a little bit. I'm gonna move just off to the side a little bit, just so we can see all of it. Enhance. So this is how many stops happen. In 2002, listen, and I want you to understand. He was the mayor of New York City. So New York City, it's relatively small. Manhattan, it's an island. So we're talking about a 2 to 3 square mile radius. So in 2 to 3 square miles, we're talking about 97,000 stops a year. And in 2003, 160,000. And then it increased by almost double to 300,000, and then again to almost another 100,000. Almost doubles again in 2006 to 500,000. Left is best. Left is best. Thank you. Can you bring up the crime statistics next to that? The crime stats did decrease through this time, but the crime stats didn't decrease to a larger. The crime stats didn't decrease proportional to the amount of time, proportional to the amount of stop and frisk that happened. I could bring them up. The crime did decrease during this period in time, but it wasn't proportional to the amount of stop and frisk stops that were happening, and also they didn't find a lot of crime. We'll get into that in a little bit, right? But the peak was here in 2011, where there were 685,724 stops. Safest city in America? No, I don't believe so. But even if it was, correlation does not equal causation. And even if it did, even if stop and frisk, even if 658,000 stops, like 658,000 illegal stops, mind you, happened in this time, and it dramatically decreased the crime, which it didn't, by the way, that's still illegal. We can't do that. Like, imagine if we start just randomly jailing people who cops just think look suspicious, and we just throw them in jail for like a year just because they look suspicious, and then crime fell. Like, sure, but I don't think. Yeah, it was implemented during the time where crime was decreasing in general. I think there's probably a portion on this. You can look at the impact. But like, even if it did, even if stop and frisk like dramatically took the New York crime rate from like 100,000 per 100,000 to like 0, I still don't think the ends justify the means in infringing on people's civil liberties and discriminating against people. I don't think that counts. Yeah. Oh, also, you remember back in Nazi Germany when they sent out a bunch of like special police force to monitor and spy on Jewish people. Bloomberg did the same, but with Muslim people. He was just randomly spying on Muslim people who didn't do anything wrong, and randomly spying on, right, which is once again illegal. Like following them around, just random Muslim people or Arabic looking people, because they didn't even know necessarily. And you know how many leads, thank you, very cool. You know how many terrorist leads it gave them? None. 0. It gave them 0 terrorist leads. You don't personally remember it? Why? I was there. Are you arguing that unconstitutional nature of stops or more leaning towards them targeting? Well, both. For one, they were unconstitutional, so they shouldn't have happened. And 2, they targeted minority groups more. which led to lots of people being stopped, detained, thrown in jail when they've done nothing wrong. I mean, I don't know about in any other country, but in this country, I don't care what's happening. I don't care about a cop. All right, a cop has no business looking into my business if I'm not doing anything wrong. And I think the right should be the ones, the conservatives should be the ones who are 100% for that. Like the government just randomly stopping and shaking you down like you're in prison, like cell searches, like you're in prison or something. I don't think the government should have the right to do that. I don't care how many minority officers are in there. Just because they're minority officers doesn't mean they're still perpetuating a bad system. Doesn't count. Are we arguing about if Hitler was a socialist? Taco Bell, I was going to take you on a date so I could eat you. Do you genuinely believe that Hitler was a socialist? Say no so we can move on. True, calling Trump a communist is actually hilarious, and it's based and blue-pilled. Yeah, okay. That's fine. That's fine, Devil. If you whatever. But I'm just saying that incredibly unconstitutional, destroyed civil liberties, destroyed public trust in their police officers, which always leads to worse outcomes and people not wanting to talk to the police and crimes going unreported and criminals getting away because nobody wants to talk to the police because I was stopped 3 times yesterday by police while I was on my way to work. Because remember, right? This is 685,000 times in a year. 685,000. Let's see. We can do some quick math. Well, that's too much. I need a new mouse. My mouse keeps double clicking. We do like divide 365. What's that? Over 800, almost 2,000 stops a day. Beautiful. I love it. Almost 2,000 stops a day in a 2-mile, 3-mile radius. That's incredible. That's amazing. And I'm pretty sure they didn't even find any guns. Some studies did show that it did lower crime, which it probably did. Cops, wandering the street, stopping literally everybody. It probably does. Still unconstitutional. I don't like that. What is this? You can defend it. You can defend Hitler being a socialist. You can defend this, Taco. Tell me now. That's true. And also, the no crimes would happen if everybody was in jail. Also, if everybody was a slave, then the employment would be 0, which honestly is kind of sick to me. Oh, it's so ugly. I hate anti-dark mode Twitter. It's so ugly. Yeah, but this person's really spiteful. I'm really scared about them. Last time they tweeted was 2 hours ago. What is this? It's 2020. People are still wash their hands after the pee go. Wait. Do people not wash their hands after they pee at home? Light mode in 2020. Bro, chill. Okay. All my stuff is, I try and put all my stuff in dark mode, okay? On immigration, Bernie Sanders is not who he says he is. This person is either talking about Bernie Sanders or like Kamala Harris. This is a Kamala Harris, this is a Hillary Clinton Kamala Harris voter, right? This person, they live in California. They're a Hillary Clinton Kamala Harris voter. Cringy, I know, but they stan Harris. They think Harris is the world. They think Harris is light itself, and she's so mad when she got kicked off, when she had to suspend her campaign. I don't know if I can find it, but don't look at my bookmarks, okay? Wait. Also, let me fix my camera. There you go. Camera has been fixed. Okay. I need to find this because I took a couple screenshots because I wanted to remember. I didn't want to lose this. This is very important. Let's see if I can all right, here we go. I found him, boys. All right, remember when I told you that this person is just like feeds into like the white Wymon simps? Here we go. Put on your cringe goggles, boys. It's gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be a tough one. I don't understand the hate on light mode. It just hurts my eyes. Just if you're looking at a screen for a long time, especially if I'm gonna be streaming for a little bit, it just hurts my eyes. You know, this person cares about her. They care about her a lot. They care about Harris a lot. Taco, you know what? Are you gonna be here tomorrow? Are you gonna be yeah, it does hurt your eyes. Are you gonna be here tomorrow? You wanna debate? You wanna debate Hitler being a socialist? Come on down, bud. I'll add you to my my Discord. We can talk about it on stream. That sounds fun. I could say hi to you. Sure. Come back tomorrow. And we can talk more about it. But look at this. How do you feel about me, a white woman, retweeting this? My queen goddess, my onyx goddess, please let me just to spare. May I please just give me the time of day to look at your tweet, ma'am, please. I would like to. I feel like this might slightly be out of my lane. Oh, dude, this is horrible. This is horrible. I hate it. I hate it so much. And then she's like, go ahead. You may now retweet, woman. I give you my permission to retweet, but only as a treat. My black essence shall not be sapped from your disgusting white paws. Holy crap. Yeah, we can hear their voice and we can see their face, and then we could like look at their room and we could find out where they live. It's all gonna be great. It's all gonna be great tomorrow. Discussions are fun. I had a discussion with someone. His name's Mecha Sloth not too long ago. Great talk. It was very fun. If you'd like to go back, you go watch it. And also follow him on Twitch. If you don't know about him, Mecha Sloth. Very nice person. Lots of people in here as well are from his community. Very nice, indeed. He's also a coomer. Cooms a lot. Pretty wild. He beat me in the coom game. I thought it was the coomiest for driving 2 hours to meet a girl. Nope. He went 12 hours. 12 hours for a one night stand. Let's go. There you go. Post it. So this is, I don't know about you guys, but this is cringe. This is terrible, and it makes me want to pull my eyes out. But the best part is that it gets worse. We read this from top to bottom, from bottom to top, okay? Because this is Twitter, and Twitter's garbage. Guess who doesn't care about Kamala Harris? Because this is the most poetic thing I've ever seen in my entire life. This is the most poetic thing I've ever seen in my entire life, right? Let's zoom in, enhance. Cross like 2 state lines. Yeah, it's wild. Weekly discussion with you on the co-stream. Oh, you stream as well? Oh, my dogs are barking. Yeah, sounds fun. Sounds fun. I've been looking to collab a little bit. I do my own thing. I usually like to stream alone a little bit, mostly because I come from like a more YouTube background, so I'm used to not having a chat. You know, I just bounce ideas off myself. I have ADHD, okay? So I'm hyperactive as can be. My mind's running at 1,000,000 miles per hour all points in time of the day. So I'm a talker. I was always a yellow red student. You know those cards that they had back in like 3rd grade? You pull them if you're being a little too rowdy. You'll be a little rabble rouser and drove from New York to New Hampshire to get laid at that time, but honestly, drove to get laid. Jeez. I don't know. See, I still went on a date. It was still like a date for me. Like I slept over. It was a date. We went to go out and eat. We went to go plant shopping. It was nice. It was a nice time. I played with her cats. Like it wasn't just like there. Jeez. I've never judo chopped my microphone that hard. It wasn't like there, done, and then go home. Not that far? Okay. Was it for me? I don't know about for them. For me, it was worth it. I went through like, listen, I don't want to get like too TMI here, but listen, okay? Your boy can last. I went through like a pack. We almost finished a 24 pack. 24 pack of Sprite cranberry. Okay, but back to this. Guess who doesn't care about Kamala Harris's health plan and still supports her? If you're throwing away your support for Kamala Harris on tribals, on such drivel as such absolutely unimportant things like healthcare, if you stop supporting your candidate because they lied to you about healthcare, then you were never really committed in the first place. You should blindly commit to your candidate no matter what they say, no matter how many lies they tell. Kamala Harris gear appeal is 15% off today. Make sure you use code FEARLESS15 #for the people. Kamala Harris dropped out of the primary. These tweets were back to back. These tweets were back to back. Oh man. Oh, when I saw this, I laughed so hard. Oh my gosh, dude. Can you imagine? Guess who doesn't care about Kamala Harris' health plan or any of her policies and still would vote for her? I do. Come on, guys. Let's get it. #fearless15. She dropped out. And this is when punished Harris voter comes through. See, this is the cheerful, happy Harris voter. Now it comes like the punished Harris voter. You know, she has like an eye patch on now. She has like a scar right under the eye patch. You know, she has like a big one of those big Cuban cigars that she smokes. She smokes like 12 of them a day. Like while she tweets. Just throws the cigarette, just throws the bud like out her window into like the bushes. Doesn't even care. Bushes are dead. Like this is so sad. I already got that one. Look through that one. All morning I've been dealing with white people who know better than black people. Y'all just know every damn thing, don't ya? Biden won't win black vote. My guess is big surprise is brewing in South Carolina. See, this person is like, yes, the black women hive mind conscious knows exactly what to do. We should just vote in the same way black women do and everything will be perfect because black women know best. They are the arbiters of truth and also racism, if you didn't know. How do you care more about identity than health? Dude, I don't know. I don't think she cares necessarily about the identity. She was pretty like privy to Harris because Harris was it's healthcare privacy. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is. It's still pertaining to healthcare, right? Anything that I feel like makes healthcare less what's the word? Makes it so less people have access to it. I think it's bad. I don't remember all of the all what happened back then. Honestly, if you didn't know, because I didn't know, Kamala Harris dropped out in the beginning of December. Also, thank you for being here, Tommy Rex 99. Hey, how you doing? Also, Wyatt Maximus, thanks for being here. You're in Mixer, so you probably won't see the rest of the chat, but they should be on screen. How you doing, bud? I'm good. Nice to see you. I don't remember all that went down with that because I didn't know Harris dropped out in the beginning of December. I would have told you if you would have asked me, hard pressed. I would have said October. It's been this campaign feels that long. It was only 2 months ago when she dropped out. Only 2 months. That's crazy. Once again, heck on a white people. Something you think not much about? Heck yeah, brother. Screw politics. If there's anything I hate more than peanut butter, it's politics. I'll tell you that. But yeah, this let's do a little search, right? I want to do a little search. Let's get out of this person's let's get out of here. I'm not sure how I do it exactly. I want to find a don't do that. How do I find I want to do like search settings. I'm not sure how to do that. If I go here, I'm not logged in because I hate Twitter. Can I do search settings? Oh, advanced search. Advanced search. Let's go, boys. I want to do can I do that before? Let's see. I don't think so. I hate Twitter so much. You're in the Indian politics. Oh, that's super. What do you think of? There was a big thing going on in India, wasn't it? I forget what it was. But like, oh crap. Can you give me like a little rundown? What do you feel about Indian politics? Because there was a big thing going on in India with like a precinct getting like incorporated or something along those lines. It was something wild. Let's do Kamala Harris. Hashtag these words from this account. Let's search. And let's see what they have to say. Like all the stuff they've said about like Kamala Harris. Right? Real talk, I'm gonna go to this Bloomberg event for the free food. She's thinking about simping for Bloomberg to get some free money since Bloomberg is paying for people now. It wasn't oh yeah, these are the type of people who think like Bernie Sanders supporters are like the most evil cretins on the face of the earth, but like what is it? But like their constant attacks on other people are just like fine. And evil attacks, they're very mean. They're extremely mean here, and they're always angry about something. But no, the anti-Bernie crowd keeps running like headless chickens to the safest white person available. After Kamala Harris dropped, I'm minding my own business. This seems more like a white people problem than a me problem. We let too many white Dems have a voice. We let too many white people have a voice. See, this is why it's so hard to be left online, right? For one, it's mentally challenging. You actually have to care about people dying, which is sad. Two, you have these people to deal with, right? Look at me here. It's so easy for me to like agree with this person and be like, heck yeah, heck a white, right? It's so easy. I don't get it. I don't get how you can devolve and be this dumb. For one, to think you're the arbiter of racism, and two, like the queen of racism who can decree what is and is not racist. And two, you think that like people of a different color just like have too much say. They talk too much. Imagine this. I think this person should be called out just like any other person. I wish Kamala dropping out didn't cloud y'all's. Also, I hate everybody who types y'all. Everybody who types y'all is trying to appeal to like, is like trying to pretend to be like black. Like the blacker you are, the blacker the person tries to be, the more they try, the more they use y'all. I'm telling you that. Almost every tweet they say the word y'all. That's incredible. I hate y'all. There it is again, y'all. I hate y'all. I hate y'all so much. Minority appeasement. I don't know what that means. I don't like that. Minority appeasement politics. That sounds like a dog whistle for saying that we shouldn't care about what like minorities think. Or you mean like minority party? I believe in like coalitions. So even if there's like a small party, I think we should help them out. Yeah, I know. I know they use it there. I know it's a country thing. I live in kind of the South, right? I know people use it that way. But when these people, I'm talking about in this context, the way they use it. You know what I'm talking about? Like the way they use it. I hate it. I don't like saying y'all. I warned y'all before Kamala dropped out. Just let's try it again. Let's see what she has to say about Bernie Sanders. Let's go advanced search and see. Bernie Sanders from these. What? There you go. Let's do a search. The Congress Party? Yeah, Indian politics right now is really wild. Oh, look. Someone who, this person said that like Bernie Sanders is really mean and he's a bad person. And then Bernie called him a political hack. And this is how he responded. He said, last night on CNN, Bernie called me a political hack. That's exactly who the heck I am. I am a political hack. I'm not an ideologue. I'm not a purist. He thinks it's a pejorative. I kind of like it. At least I'm not a communist. Got him, boys. Haha, got him. He's communist. I don't know if like political hack is like any good, I don't think you'll get very far calling yourself a political hack. I don't know if you knew, but this guy, James Carville is a dude who got banned from CNN for spreading disinformation on air about Barack Obama because he was simping for Hillary Clinton so hard. Like, and she was like falling behind in the polls, so he had to like, he wanted to go on and like he's such a total alpha Chad for the Chad Carville versus the Virgin Sanders, flailing around violently as he simps for his as he sucks the toes of his female political candidates. Modi asked the other states for help for the riots, but other states refused to help. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hope you I don't know what's going on in India too much. There's lots of politics that go on in there. It's such a big country. But I hope everything can get solved soon enough, at least. Hacks know the term hack is proudly earned. I don't know, dude. If you want to call yourself a hack, go ahead. I don't think it helps, but oh, also he was he endorsed Michael Bennett. If you didn't know, and of course you didn't know because nobody cared. Who's a hack? This guy is a hack. This guy, he's
If one more person comes up to me and says, you know, James, Michael Bennett would be the best president, I'm gonna punch him in the face.
It's that guy. I don't know anything about him. I've never heard of him before. Like a couple hours ago. Apparently he hates Bernie Sanders. He also didn't like Barack Obama. This is what Obama said about him because he was still he called Obama famous in ignorance. Oh, what happened? Someone's leaving. Who's leaving? Oh, have a good day. Thanks for being around, Tommy. Hope you have a great one. What a cool guy. We should probably talk about like international politics sometime. We do know that as long as we all remember that the United States is the only country in the world, all right? Only one country in the world and I'm living in it, all right? Well, you know, James Carville is well known for spouting his mouth without always knowing what he's talking about. Thank you. Yeah, nobody likes Carville except for the people who Carville like as the rabid bulldog faced corn dog pony face pony what is it? Dog faced pony soldier? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's the lying dog faced pony soldier that James Carville is. Nobody likes him. Nobody likes him. Bernie's no communist. I mean, true. Yikes, dude. Imagine. Can I be a political hack? Guys, can I finally earn the term of political hack? Look, shots fired, dude. The anti-Hillary voters supported that POS Bernie Sanders for the shits and giggles. Fuck that. She literally thinks that people of color or like anybody who just doesn't like Hillary supported Bernie Sanders just for fun. Just for a laugh, just as a meme. Me supporting Bernie Sanders as a big juicy meme. Don't worry, Sanders won't last long. He had a heart attack and he's not releasing his medical records. Oh, he think they're trying to kill him. He's gonna get assassinated. No, he's Trump. I really don't get it. I don't get all the hate. You know, you can just not like him. Hillary Clinton was super corrupt. Yeah, that's all. Bernie is Trump. Have you ever seen them in the same room together? I haven't. Ever seen a pregnant Asian woman? I haven't. Come on, come on, come on. Now, the ultimate would be Bernie and Trump in the same room with a pregnant Asian lady in Wyoming. Now that'd be the true conspiracy busted, because all of those things don't exist. Oh, hey Tommy, welcome back, bud. The 2020 Democratic Party lacks an anti-Bernie candidate because they were scared as fuck to the position themselves that way. It's the wrong move, and now they have to come to some hard truths. That's true. We don't really have a super strong anti-Bernie candidate anymore. I'll agree with this. We really don't have a good anti-Bernie candidate anymore, which is great. We have Bloomberg, who's sucking up a lot of African American vote, which will very soon be lost. We have Biden, who's absolutely tanking. When have you seen them in the same room before? What? I haven't. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, and his only claim to fame was working for Bill Clinton in 1992. Maybe Carville is who Bill Clinton really got a blowjob from. Agree or disagree with Bernie? Only one populist white dude, and his Bernie Sanders. You remember when Elizabeth Warren was really on the rise? Warren just like destroyed her own campaign, right? She finally got a taste of the sunlight and she got burned, and she fell. She collapsed, dude. It's so sad what happened to Clinton. Not Clinton. I'm glad what happened to Clinton. It's so sad what happened to Warren, right? Warren was on a from June to October. From June to October, Warren was just on a climb, right? Just on a complete tear, and she was gonna run away with it. Honestly, I don't think if she didn't, start waffling on Medicare for all, if she didn't, start waffling on other things, she was always positioned as like the better Bernie, right? The better Bernie, the woman Bernie, the one who could actually get things done, the pragmatic Bernie, right? Everybody was going for it. She was starting to get a little bit of that black vote. She was starting to get a little taste, and right here, she's 0.6% on the aggregate. My bad. 0.2% on the aggregate above Biden, and then she just collapsed. It's the minority pride? You think so? You don't agree with Sanders, even though his economic plans have no numbers that he can present? I don't. Dislike him like I dislike. Well, they do. What did we have? What did we have earlier? Do I still have that pulled up? I don't think I do. I don't have that pulled up anymore. There was one thing earlier. Should I repost it? I should probably repost it if I can find it. Earlier, James was asking about the same thing. He wanted like numbers for Medicare for all. It's out there. He released it. He released the whole plan, and you can find all the numbers for Medicare for all the numbers for he had like the exact proposals he wants to put through to pay for it. He can pay for it. We can pay for it. He put out the plan. I think when you start putting the meats to the social plan, it doesn't go well. Look at what happened to Warren. She tried to give the details. Well, I think what really you saw the wallpaper? Listen. Okay, listen, all right? Listen. Everybody likes to look at a hot girl. This is facts. Asexual people, gay people, people who are really into their dogs. Everybody likes to look at a hot girl, okay? This is just facts. Come on. This is not a Coomer. This is not a Coomer wallpaper. I've seen much Coomier wallpapers, all right? There's nothing. This is just something you'd see at like Comic-Con LA. Come on, it's not that bad. It's from Smite. It's from a the only reason I have it, okay, is because I really like the artist. It's a really good art. You know, look at she has like little nails. You know, look at her. She's the little indents from her like thigh straps on her thighs is very good attention to detail. Look at the brush strokes. They use different brush strokes for the little flares here than they did for the other ones, and there's like a spark here. It's very nice hair. Very nice hair. I wish I could draw hair this well. Come on. It is a really good Smite skin. Come on. This isn't a Coomer. There's nothing Coomer about this. This is just facts. Your mom is actually sad about Warren being in 4th place in her neighboring state of New Hampshire is Massachusetts. Yeah, she should have done much better for it being a breaststrokes. Listen, come on. Everybody wants to do a couple breaststrokes on her. Come on. On Nemesis. Everybody wants to do a couple breaststrokes on Nemesis or Aphrodite. Afro too. Come on. Or if you're into more strong women, maybe Take Home in Athena. Are you gonna take the official Pete Buttigieg presidential survey? What is that? Pete Buttigieg official survey? Oh, look at Pete. Oh, that's Bloomberg. My bad. Look at Bloomberg rising. He's now at 14. Look, guys. Biden and Bloomberg are gonna touch tips. You're gonna touch tips. Look at them, guys. I love from the complete opposite sides of the map that they came from. Right? They just Biden plummeting, Bloomberg rising, Sanders. We're on a pretty good tear, honestly. Oh, is this? You just wanted me on here so you can get my zip code. That's what you wanted. You were trying to dox me, weren't you? Banned. Somebody ban him. Somebody ban this guy. Ban him. He tried to get my zip code. Ban him. Ban him. But yeah, Warren's massive collapse. He's been foiled. You know what? As soon as I typed in my zip code, they're probably gonna start sending me like mail. They're probably gonna start sending me Pete Buttigieg mail, which is disgusting. We got it, boys. We got him. Type that in. Write that down. Write that down. Write that down. Kowalski analysis. like Warren's fall has been so incredibly dramatic. And like Bernie's been on a tear recently. Like this race is just being so jumbled up. I find it very hard to believe that Bernie doesn't run away with this thing anymore. Right? He needed that push from Iowa and New Hampshire, and the Iowa results were so contested enough that he didn't take too massive of a hit. And New Hampshire is still a good state for him. You're being very antagonistic in my chat. So if you would stop being mean to my chatters, then you would not be banned. Also, you were not banned. You were timed out. But welcome back. I could have banned you. I just timed you out. If it makes you feel any better, you're the first person I've ever timed out. So also Biden is only getting $500,000 a day to run his campaign, which is actually hilarious that he's so poor. Everyone had loads of shit to say about Hillary Clinton, saying nobody likes Bernie Sanders, yet Martin O'Malley dragged the absolute fuck out of him and not a peep. I never even heard of Martin O'Malley. Everybody says bad things about Bernie Sanders. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Can you tell me where to find Bernie's economic numbers? I would like to educate myself on this. You seem to have seen them. Let's do it again. Here it is. This is the page for Bernie Sanders Medicare for All. It has the full legislative text, so you can read it yourself. It has the economic analysis for it, the options for financing it, and its press release. You can find, this is where the bill is in its entirety, and here you are. Here you are. This is just Medicare for All. Obviously, there are other things. I believe he's released the other plans for them. I haven't looked through them all myself. I know I looked through the other one, but I know I looked through single payer, but I don't remember looking through all the other ones. It's been a while. I haven't looked through all the bills. I'd have to refresh my memory on them to make sure I'm up to date. I haven't been debating them really. Oh, you mean the free education? Sure. I'll look it up. I'll look it up in just a little bit. But yeah, that's I think that's about it. Oh, the funniest thing here. The funniest thing here is Trump called Michael Bloomberg a racist. It's the comeback kid. Goddamn commies, get out of my dang chat. Yeah, don't you love it? Thank you, thank you, Donald Trump. See, this is the politics that I've been waiting for personally. To call Michael Bloomberg a racist. Wow, Michael Bloomberg is a total racist. I mean, he is, for thinking he's a literal god that he can go around just like racially profiling people and thinking is perfectly fine. Based, yeah, Trump is based and red pilled. Thank you. He's a beautiful man. How beautiful. I would do stop and frisk. I think. Oh, and here's Trump praising stop and frisk. I would do stop and frisk. I think you have to. We did it in New York. It worked incredibly well. You have to be proactive. Yes, you have to be proactive. Beautiful. I love also detaining people before they even commit a crime or they make intentions to commit a crime. I love detaining people for no reason. Thank you, government. Thank you. See, it's the most wild thing that conservatives always say, that that like left-wing people want to be under the thumb of the government at all points in time when they do stuff like this, where they literally revoke like your civil rights for being able to travel unencumbered. It's incredible to me that this sort of mental gymnastics is perfectly the sort of mental gymnastics that would give you would give you 10 points at the Summer Olympics. Like, amen, brother. Take your hammer and freaking sickle and get out of here, bro. Okay? No commies in my chat. Get back to the Soviet Union. I don't know. I think most of the time it's because conservatism rides a lot on sure, but I don't want to get into the two side memes. Like I don't play those two sides memes, right? I don't like when people are like, "Oh, both sides are bad, guys. I'm very smart. I don't do it. I'm not left or right. I'm forward, okay? I'm not conservative. I just vote Republican all the time, and I believe in all conservative policies." But both sides are bad, guys. If everybody's as bad as me, then I can continue being a piece of shit. Like, no, I don't agree with this whatsoever. Oh yeah, obviously they have their own radical sides. I'll agree with that. Like, I know a lot of conservatives try to complain about Antifa being so like this completely horrible, out of control, like angry mob. Like, Antifa here is pretty watered down. They don't do much in the way of, they don't even do much in the way of like actually attacking people. I'm trying to fix my my pop filter. It's often a little weird. They don't even do much in like actual violence. Everybody loves that bike lock meme, and now I'm not gonna defend smacking someone over the head with a bike lock. I don't even think that guy was doing anything. Like, I'm fine with self-defense. I don't think that guy was even attacking him. I think he just rushed forward and popped him over the head with a bike lock, which is pretty messed up, in my opinion. But I don't play those both sides memes, right? We can look at we can look at we can look at some like U.S. political violence stats, right? I want to see where the what is that? I want to find them. Where's the left versus right? Yeah, we can look at this like broke down. This is from the ADL. Say what you want about the ADL. This is the first one I found. You could probably look at other ones as well. But like 71% is like right-wing violence. What is deemed to be right-wing violence? This is the Anti-Defamation League. There's probably some from the FBI. I'm not sure if the FBI takes stats from that. And then there's Islamic extremism, which is the next biggest at 26%, and then 3% from left-wing violence, right? And even here, race, ethnicity, 59% is the biggest, and then racial bias, and then sexual orientation, disability. Disability is very small. Still, it's bigger than gender bias. I'm not sure how you would say gender bias there. We need to be centrist. That's the only reasonable position. Political, well, I mean, for most of the time when it comes to political violence is always bad. It depends on what you mean. Because because to say political violence is always bad, it depending on how you try to phrase it. We would say like the Revolutionary War is bad. I think that we could categorize that as some sort of political violence. I think we can, especially like the tarring and feathering and stuff like that. I think that'd be political violence. Shit, listen, Taco, I'm not. Yeah, we can read into the statistics. Statistics are made, but I've never in my life seen statistics that say that left-wing violence is anywhere near comparable to right-wing violence. If you can find me stats on that anywhere at any point in time in your life, I'd love to see them. But I've never seen stats anywhere near it. And honestly, I would agree. I'm of the position that Islamic violence should be categorized in right-wing violence, but most of the time it's categorized separately. I know why, but I'm still saying. But I still think it should be categorized under right-wing violence, at least in the umbrella term. Well, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't like to play. I don't like to play those. The two side game. Because obviously both sides have something bad with them, right? I believe that. And I don't want to conflate. That's what Taco Bell. I feel like what you said was Amat and Bailey, right? Because you went. Both sides have radicals, sure, but that sentence in itself means nothing. And then you said you can be critical of your side and critical of the opposition. That still means nothing, right? Because sure, that doesn't get us any closer to like critiquing the sides. Doesn't get us any closer to like an actual idea of what's going on. And I'll always say that the right will always produce more violence, mostly because right-wing ideology is much more deeply based in fear than left-wing ideologies in general. I'm not saying that. We agree. Listen, Taco, we agree. We agree that both sides have problems. I'm not saying the left doesn't have problems. Didn't I just talk about how that person who calls themselves on the left, no matter how much I don't want to share a political ideology or earth with them, that person's on the left and they have some very toxic ideas. That like Bernie, like that anti-Bernie, like Harris voter person, very terrible person. I don't even want to say that, Omega. Like, there are lots of people who are very garbage on the left. There's lots of anti-white sort of rhetoric that goes on. There's lots of logical fallacies that go on. Lots of contorting and mental gymnastics that go on. You fall into a lot of pit traps. There's lots of garbage that goes on the left. That's true. But I'm not gonna play the both sides are bad game and trying to just say that blank. And just say that outright, because that lifts up terrible people. It'll always lift up terrible people, because if we all bring ourselves closer to the same level, if I bring myself closer to the same level, if we go, yes, Antifa is bad on the right, and then you have David Duke, if Antifa's bad on the left, and then you have the Proud Boys and David Duke on the right. Like, I don't think these two are comparable. I just don't. Especially when you look at the violence that goes on, perpetuated by right-wing ideology. I don't want to play that game. You remember back when the Hong Kong protests were going on and all the tankies came out to say, well, I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on here, but anything that's against left-wing imperialism, what is it? Western imperialism, I'm against. Like, bro, or anything that's against left-wing imperialism, I'm for. Like, dude, what are you talking about? These people are literally trying to escape one of the worst authoritarian states on the planet right now. They're trying to keep their distance. I don't know. Sometimes you have to protect yourself. Yeah, they do. They mindless. It's massive brainlets. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, these people stopping from getting like erased from the face of the earth by the Chinese government once they get their hands on them, and they're like, well, as long as America's not doing anything. I mean, I think most points in time when there's violence, it shouldn't have happened. Like, once again, I'll say I agree with self-defense. I don't. If you get attacked, I think you should attack back. But your main thing should be to de-escalate and leave the situation. You don't always see that, but I'm not gonna. I can agree that Antifa engages in some bad practices that I don't agree with, but I'm not gonna put them on the same level as like far right actors. I'll never do that ever because they're just not, and then most likely never will be. Is someone talking about the 50 million killed in China? Oh, you mean the people who were saved from Western imperialism? Is that what you're talking about, Mega Sloth? Also, hey, bud. Nice to see you. Me putting them out of their misery. Please save me from Western imperialism. Congratulations, Xi Jinping! You've done it. Over $1 billion saved from Western imperialism. Another win for the left. Nice to see you. Thank you. Could have talked about it's both weird. It doesn't give scales. Yeah, China's so big. Stop China from being so big. Make her tiny again. Tiny China. That's what I'm for. That's what I'm for. Tiny China. Bring back tiny China. Yeah, small China. Small little baby China that I can spoon. Make China a little spoon. Listen, Eastern imperialism is fine because it's not the West. It's all the West's fault, okay? Whatever the West is, I don't know. And by West, I mean massive air quotes, because when people say West, they just mean white people. Because they don't include like Central Europe either. Like, but listen, when people say West, don't most of the time they include like Poland in there too, which is like very extremely Eastern Europe. Or maybe like Slovakia and the Czech Republic, that's in there. Is that the West? What about the Middle East? Is that West? Well, parts of Russia, because the other part of Russia is in Asia, and that's the East. Yes, the West is very, because it's dumb. I think it's mostly because didn't it just come out as like a dog whistle because they don't want to say like white people? They only count Israel as being part of the West? Yeah, they just mean they just mean white people. That's what they mean. But they don't want to say that. Sure, right? But there's nothing intrinsically wrong with being radical, right? I'm radical. I'm a radical. I am, right? Single payer is still radical. Things like that, that's still radical. Just because you're radical doesn't mean you're wrong. It's just the usage of the word in common parlance. Now, obviously, you can be a radical the same way like FDR was a radical, and you can be radical the same way like the Dixiecrats were radical. But I don't think these two radicals are equal. That's the main thing I want to get through, because we'll agree on most things. I'm just not going to sit here and play the both sides meme. I won't, and I'll never do it. I don't know. I don't agree with that either. I don't agree with radical actions are different either. Radical actions can include things like the sit-ins that Martin Luther King and the civil rights protesters did. That includes radical action. Those are actions that were pretty far outside, like black people being in the only white section and just sitting there. That's pretty far outside of what was that's like no. Radical just means outside of the current political spectrum. Well, current political radical just means outside of what's seen as normal political discourse in a certain place, right? That's radical. So what's radical here may not be radical in somewhere else, right? Or even what's radical in some parts of the country is not radical in other places, right? You see like California's like gun laws or whatever they are. You try and employ California's gun laws in like Arkansas, right? That's radical to them. That's radical. It is. It's everyday. That's everyday business for people in California, not in Arkansas. So that's just what radical means. That's what I'm just trying to say. Just, I don't agree with the usage of the word radical. I'd like to change it. Bring it back to its regular ass meaning. Same with things like what is it? Virtue signaling. Like bring that back to companies who make their logos black for Black History Month, and then go back to promoting social situations that disenfranchise minority communities. Yeah, like because people aren't saying he's radical as in he's outside the political spectrum. People say he's radical as in bad. They use it as a synonym for bad and wrong. You're crazy. That's what they're trying to say. It's not. I'm just saying, for radical just means for a certain group of people, actions outside of what's perceived to be regular political discourse is radical. That's all that radical means. That's all that radical means. So yeah, you try and go to the UK. Try and go to the UK and tell them that Medicare for all is radical. Medicare for all is the conservative plan. Like in the UK, the hospitals are nationalized. Doctors are government workers in the UK. Like just like your teacher is back in like grade school or high school. That's what a doctor is there. That's radical for very, very radical for us. You try and employ Medicare for all in the UK. That's something the Conservative Party picks up. That's something the Tories pick up. That's the conservative plan. Yeah. It's just, see, that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that any political violence or whatever, this or that, is good or bad. Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you for chiming in. That's all I'm trying to say. But yeah, I'm definitely down to talk tomorrow, and I have to email that guy. There's a guy, he wanted me to email him. He wanted me to be a part of a debate sometime, like a friendly little political discussion between normal people. You're against political violence? Here's my hot take. I'm for good things and also against bad things. Please vote for me. How would you feel if I like ran for my like public office, eh? What if I became like a representative where I live? Wouldn't that be sick? Would that be sick? That's true, we can. Listen, I'm telling you, you hear me say it, you think it's a meme. It's not a meme, it's true. The United States is the only country in the world. Don't forget it. That's controversial. I don't know how you feel about that. Yes, but if you add together all of the votes that went for the bad thing against you, which is the good thing, then you get lapped 10 times over. So how can you really pull the country together? Excuse me, Senator Sanders. Warren said, when did you beat your wife? So when did you stop beating your wife? I never beat my wife. I love Jane. I would never beat my wife. Elizabeth Warren, when did Bernie Sanders stop beating his wife? Senator Warren. What's the bad thing? What's the good thing? Listen, that's a discussion I'd love to have. Really, in this country, I think bad things and good things are just two sides of the same coin, and that's the real powerhouse behind this beautiful thing that we call the United States. And we just need to get good hands on those levers and pulleys of this great machine that we call our political process. And I think we can pull this country together into this ramshackle contrivance of misfits, and into a beautiful mosaic of beauty and liberty. That's why you should vote for me. Thank you. Where's my applause? Please clap. Please, I don't hear any clapping. You can agree that there are countries. Oh, my bad. You can agree that countries like Canada's isn't radical. Canada's Supreme Court, who does a human rights violate. Yep. You know, loud. Thank you. I appreciate you. They love me. When you win in a game and you can hear your parents clapping in the other room, they love me. All right. I'll leave you with this. Here's my birdie sticker. I still need to put it on something. I don't know what to put it on yet. Also, here's my Calamarias Funko Pop from Cuphead, because I love Cuphead, and Calamaria is my favorite boss. Maybe I'll replay Cuphead. I'll do like Cuphead speedruns. What do you think about that? I was also looking for an Android 18 figure. My local this one but with the blue shirt. I was also looking for an Android 18 figure, but oh, here it is. Yeah, this one. I want this one. My local GameStop had one, and they were selling for like $34. It was super sick. But they ran out. They got sold out. The neckbeards came, swiped them all up. Truly the greatest tragedy of our generation. It's been interesting. What? Heck, I ruined it. It's been interesting. Enjoy the visit. If I don't agree with you yet. Thank you. No problem. I really appreciate you for being here, Wyatt. I'm glad I could have you in. I'll be live again tomorrow. So, you know, I'm doing it. Nice to have you here. Postmodern horseshoe theory. All ideas are the same. Inherently meaningless. I don't know about that one, Chief. As a neckbeard myself, I apologize for existing. Bro, listen. Don't let anybody put you down, okay? We're not. This figure's banging. Good night. This figure's banging. You can't tell me this figure isn't banging, dude. Come on, dude. Come on. Look at it. I want this. I want like a little shelf. I want a shelf of them. I want a couple. Also, there was like there's some like My Hero Academia figures. I misspelled it. You know, you can pick up like a little Midoriya. Yeah, you could get like a little Zuko Midoriya. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Katsuki, amazing, dude. I don't know how to pronounce this person's name. I haven't gotten this far in the series. Actually, My Hero Academia, I started watching it like a month ago, and it's my first ever anime. It's the first anime I ever watched. I never watched an anime before this, except for like a couple of Naruto episodes here and there, but I don't know the plot or anything. The whole army, yeah, dude. Then I can finally animate them. I can put them next to all my cat girls once we have genetically engineered cat girls. Post harness. None of this actually matters. Nothing matters. All right. Thank you. This is are you ready for my Posadism arc? I don't know if any of you guys watch any anime, but I've never been an anime person. So watching My Hero Academia was actually like it's like an interesting process for me. It's just something I've never done before. I don't think I've ever watched a series of something that wasn't like an internet series. But all right. Seen a lot of anime. I gotta catch up, I guess, dude. Maybe sometime. All right. Nothing matters except cat girls. Cat girls are hot, dude. I want one. I'm gonna treat her to Red Lobster. I'll take her to Red Lobster. Cat girls like seafood, right? She can have all the Cheddar Bay biscuits she wants. Thank you, cat girl. And all she has to do is sit there and look pretty. And so I can respect her from a distance. Have you seen 200 anime? What in the world? Do you have any figures? Because anime weebs love their figures. They love them. But all right, I think that's oh, Mark Monkey. Mark Monkey, thank you so much. I don't see you in here, but if you're watching, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna be live again every single day, just like I did at the beginning of the year. Life's been a little hard on me, but we're making it happen. All right, we're still living. We're drinking water. We're getting our sleep. We're using our face mask. Okay, I'm using my Shea Moisture African Black Soap face mask, and it's working. All right, no more acne. All right, we're out there. We're getting partners. We're making friends. We're working. We finished our taxes. Please, everybody, finish their taxes. Just popping in some familiar faces. We buy again in a round table. Great, no problem. I have a great stream. I'm just about to end the stream here, so I'd love to see you again sometime. Do I am not going. Screw reading. I hate reading. There's nothing more I hate in this world more than waking up in the morning and like rolling out of bed and you realize that the pillow stuck to your face because you drooled on yourself for the last 6 hours. Nothing more than I hate in this world more than that than reading. I hate reading, especially when it's on an anime. I will never watch a subbed anime ever in my life. Screw that, dude. Every movie counts as an entire anime. That's true. All right, but that's going to be all from me tonight. It's been a great stream. And you know why it's been a great stream? Because of all of you guys. All of you guys, you girls, and everything, every beautiful thing in between. I love all of you, and I'd like to thank everybody for being here, and I'd like to thank everybody for following. Let me go back. I got a lot of followers today. This is incredible, actually. Taco Bell Quesadilla, thank you so much. Devil Dog 9595, I appreciate you so much. Future Super Saiyan, thank you. And Mark Monkey, thank you. Yeti, thank you so much for being here. Wyatt, like I said, thank you for being here. Omega Grep, for being in chat. I love you. Mega Sloth, I'm not sure if you're still here, but thank you so much for stopping by. Everybody, you really made my week. This means a lot more than me, than you know. When I started streaming, when I told myself I'd start streaming a lot more at the beginning of the year, I never knew I'd be given so much love by this community, and I enjoy every second of it. And you make being here such a joy. You really do. So I can't thank you enough. I've been following since before today. Started following when you're offline. Really? Thank you so much. When was that? I don't remember. It's been a little while, but I appreciate it. Love and peace. Have a great night. Have a great night, everybody. See you soon.